to the TRC of Liberia is the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Please be seated.
That's why I will write and put all that inside for historical review. Keep me on all these things that we believe that I need.
Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning, Commissioner.
We want to welcome you to these public sessions of the TRC and extend our gratitude for your acceptance of our invitation to come here today and share your experience with the TRC and the people of Liberia, your role you played during the period from 1979 to 2003, and more specifically perhaps up to 1980, and then your perspectives drawing on the past experiences on how you think our nation can make a progressive march to national peace, unity, and security. The TRC is a product of the peace agreement, the Accra Peace Agreement, which led to elections, and these moments are intended for us to reflect on the past. In the language of our old people, you sit on the old mat to plait the new one, meaning that we learn from the experiences of the past to make progress for the future. And in the wisdom of the TRC, we thought that all of those who might have participated, who might have experienced, or who might have witnessed major events that have succeeded in shifting the current history of our country should come forward and share this with the TRC. It is against this background that we have invited you, and we say thanks for coming.
Okay, thank you very much.
I will use this time to introduce commissioners to you who are here present. Following that, you will say something very briefly about yourself and then move into the substance of your presentation. You may choose to remain seated as you are, or you may use the podium right at your back. At the extreme right of mine is Commissioner Sheikh Kafuma Kone. Next to him is Commissioner Umu Sila. Next to her is Commissioner Per Brambull. And then at my immediate right is Commissioner Dede Dolope. Immediately at my left is Commissioner John Stewart, and then Commissioner Gerald Coleman. I'm Jerome Verdier. Once more, thanks for coming. You are welcome. It's all yours.
It's my pleasure being here.
Proceed.
So I proceed? I would prefer to go to the podium. Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, fellow citizens, friends and well-wishers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here or to have been invited by the TRC to share my experiences over the period under review in order that we all can chart a new course so that the experiences that we have gone through should not be repeated anymore in the history of Liberia. And it is in view of this, I have been coming here. Today is making it the third day to appear before you so that I can share this view. I see it as a national task. So in view of this, I will firstly share with you who is this man you have invited, Jesus Alieu Swaray. When I was born first, 1950, October 18, to be exact, on Wednesday, my parents called me Muhammad Alieu. Muhammad Alieu. My parents knew perhaps why they named me like that. Later on, through my political association, friends again saw it fit to call me Jesus. Whatever may have been the reason, they know it better. But I think the role that Jesus played was to free mankind, to remove people from the wrong road and put them on the right road. Again, coincidentally, this is the same role that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam came to play on this earth. What it means by sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Arabic is, may the blessings of God be upon him. And usually the Muslims say, may the blessings of Allah be upon him. They don't say God. Why? Because God is one. Allahu wahidun. And there are gods and goddesses. So if you say God, then it means that you have made, it means that you have pluralized the name of God, which is only one. So this is the reason why the Muslims always say Allah is Allah. Now, when I was born as a Muslim. My parents, one of my parents is a Muslim, my father, Papa Yusufu Mustafa Swaray. I was born in Grand Cape Mount County, in Tiwa District, in a little village called Swaray. Swaray is a Madingo name. What I mean by that is that it looks like this, the Swaray. And those who established that town are my great-grandparents. My great-grandparent that established that town is Mpf Swaray. Swaray is just about a mile from the town immediately after Tieni. The town that you get to is Sanyanama. From Sanyanama, then you branch in. It's not on the main road. And from there, it's not even up to a mile, then you get to Waterside. This is where I was born. I did not go to a secular school immediately. My parents made me to begin by learning Arabic. They taught me the Quran. It took me time. I was almost, I can say, 15 years before I came to Monrovia when my father passed away. I then started living with my uncle, my father's brother, the late Honorable J. Henry Swaray. He was the Deputy Postmaster General. He served as Liberia's ambassador to France after Ambassador Joe Knight, and he also was the Liberia Consul General in Hamburg, Germany. He later became Deputy Postmaster General of Liberia. He served the government of Liberia for 44 years. During the time I lived with my uncle, there are a lot of experiences that I got from him. He explained, because he worked with the government for several years. I also have been interested in knowing actually what had transpired in Liberia at the time people like us were children. And I have also drank from the fountain of some of those older people in Monrovia who have experienced some of these things that occurred here at the time we were children or were even unborn. So, Alieu Swaray started school right here at Douala. There was a late Tubman school between Corway Junction and Douala proper, on the right hand. There I started my elementary school. And later on, when I graduated from the 6th grade, it was at the time when they had combined 2 small Tubman schools and they created the Boswell Junior High School on Jamaica Road. I then transferred to Jamaica Road, and I used to come from Douala because my uncle I lived with was living at Douala, right somewhere after MIC. When you pass MIC, going toward Douala proper, you pass one upstairs house where I remember, I forgot the young man's name. He was living there, but just after that upstairs house, MIC, then the upstairs house, then the other house right in the fence there. There where I lived with my uncle for several years. Until later, in 1969, my uncle J. Henry Swaray built his house in Caldwell, Coffee Farm. Then we moved there. I lived there also for several years with him. And because Caldwell was far from Jamaica Road, then I changed the school from Boswell Junior High to Elizabeth Tubman Memorial Institute. But to just give you a little insight about the man that is talking to you, while I was at Boswell Junior High, I was always rated as one of the best students. I always went on the road. And even my colleagues I met there, or we all met there, when we all got there, I took the 3rd position that year. And I promised them that when next year I will be the 1st. And the man, one of my old schoolmates, Isaac Henry was the one who took the first dukes for the first year we all met. So when I told him that, he said, "Oh man, move from here, man." And for true, when the time came, I was able to tap, and I became the 1st. So most of the students in the school, they started talking about me. So before even I left the school, my principal at the time was Mrs. Mary Brownell, and the vice principal was Mrs. Moulton. Some of my teachers used to love me greatly. One of them is now Associate Justice at the Supreme Court, Gladys Johnson. All of these people loved me greatly at the time because I was a serious student. But however, because of the distance, I had to leave to go to ETMI. While at ETMI, I interacted with a lot of friends. Some Congo people are my friends. We grew up together. We know each other. We appreciate each other. Even my uncle I talk about, J. Henry Swaray, who really reared me, he was part of the Masonic temple. He was also a church goer. He was a Catholic. And let me be quick to tell you that my mother, Zovana, Sarah Zovana Swaray, is a deaconess in the church. She attains the gates of heaven right in the curve. That is their church. Unfortunately, it has been the wish of my mother that I should become a Christian. But I believe in predestiny. Before any human being is born on this earth, you are asked in your mother's womb, you are now about to go out. Are you going to pray? Which way the human being comes out? They come out like this. So, I say this to say that all human beings born are born Muslims. But it is because of the parental background and the association of people that make people become what they become. And according to the Quran that I read, God said in the Quran that you should always respect your parents. You should honor them. Do everything you can to please them, except one point. If they try to mislead you from the religion that God has blessed you and put you on, that point, do not obey them on that. Because you all are going to go right back to God. He is a judge. I'm sorry that my mother has not been able to convince me to become a Christian. I remember my father was a staunch Muslim, and he used to call me, he said, Muhammad Ali, he said, the flag bearer of Islam. Sometimes when lay quarrel occur between my brothers and myself, they will go complain me. Then my father will say, is it all right? So the big man is not here. Let him come. He will free himself. At times he refers to me as a big lawyer. Unfortunately, I'm not a lawyer. And when I go there for sure, when I explain myself, he can say, I told you that the man will free himself. So I say this to say that my father had reason why he even named me Muhammad Ali from the beginning. And as I said again earlier, that my friends, again, I did not choose the name Jesus. But my friends have put this name on me, and it's now stigmatized. There is no way I can refuse it. And why should I, in fact, refuse it? Because if there are other great people, like Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, if they can name me after him, the same role that Muhammad came to do on this earth is the same role that Jesus alayhi salam came to do on this earth. So those who take Jesus to be their gods, here I am. Do I look like a god? I'm just a human being like you. I'm telling you that I have accepted the name because I see myself as a revolutionary. I'm straightforward. I believe in the protection of human beings. I believe that I should do things that other human beings can benefit from. This is what I am. I am what I am. And I will remain to be what I am. Nothing can change me. If my mother feels bad about that, I'm sorry. I will always beg her and tell her, please allow me to be what I am. So I'm telling you, I'm a Muslim. And there are three qualities I observe in me. One is, I see myself as a businessman. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Muhammad, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him. He was not a businessman in his own right, but the woman he married to was a business person. And then it was the woman, Mama Khadija, who made him to even go on business trip. And then he did that business, even better than those who were spearheading it from the beginning before he joined them. After that, I see myself as a statesperson, as a statesman. All of what I have been involved in this country, perhaps is destined by God. Because I remember, even when I was in school, I would just see my friends, we rally around and say, well, okay, you are the speaker of the class. Or you are the king of the class. I remember when I left the Elizabeth Tubman Memorial Institute, and there was a reason why I left. When I was attending ETMI, there were too many praises about me. People would always say, the man is too clever. But indeed, I was not clever. So my uncle that I lived with, he decided, he said, okay, your principal tells me that you're too clever. Your teachers are telling me that you are too clever. And even some of your friends, they come to visit you here, and they say they come to study with you. But I will see if you are clever. So he decided that I should leave that school and attend either CWA or St. Patrick's. So the following year, after I completed the 10th grade, I went to St. Patrick's to go take the test so I can be enrolled there. That is the same school that my cousin, Dr. Mustafa Swaray, graduated from. But when I got there, unfortunately, no space was there. They have already taken the last test. So I had no choice but to try CWA. I remember my mother and I went to CWA, and at the time, it was Bishop Benny D. Warner who was principal of the school. That was 1972. And then my mother told Bishop Benny Warner, he said, well, I beg you, Bishop, I don't want my son to stay out of school. Please accept him. Then Bishop Benny Warner said, well, if your son is able to pass the test, then we accept him, and not just to pass, but he should have at least a B average. So that was the test to me. And when the time reached, I went and sat the test. And it was good that I succeeded. I scored a B+, and I was enrolled at CWA. I took my 11th and 12th grades there. So I discovered, when I went to CWA, I discovered that I, who was always referred to as a clever student, I found out that students in that school were far ahead of me. Then, whenever they gave test or quiz, because they had the principle there as policy that every day, especially the math teacher, Mr. Sambola had the policy that every day you will take quiz, a 2-minute quiz, 10 problems in 2 minutes to test your IQ. So those students that we met there, they were used to it. And we who came from other schools, we were not used to it, so we could not easily pass. And I'm shy. I don't want to see anything ugly about myself. So I started catching hard time. But again, I became resolute. I said, well, what others can do, I can also do it. So it took me a semester to be able to cover up. And I remember one time I came and I was about 1 minute late. They were already taking the quiz, the 2-minute quiz. And Mr. Sambola turned and saw me. He said, oh, Swaray, you are out today. And he forgot about me. He said, which means I was out. And when he turned his back, I sneaked in and I tore the sheet. I wrote my name, the subject, the date, because all those were for 10 points. And I did the 10 problems in that 1 minute. And I got 100. And he was a man, he would say, hands up. If you don't put your hands up, he will not take your paper. So when you say hands up, we all put our hands up. And then he took the papers. And when he corrected the papers, then he said, He said, you say you potato? He said, so he's mad now, eh? So that is what he said. So I was able to catch up. One of the commissioners, I think, was my classmate in that school, Commissioner Stewart. He knows what I'm talking about. So I'm saying this to say, you need to know who talks to you. Once more, when I graduated from that school, at the time, I have already had problem with my uncle. I was living with Uncle J. Henry Swaray. I remember, he always told me, he said, you too high-headed. What make your hair hassle? When he was in the government, he had several vehicles in his compound, and I kept all the keys. I washed all the cars. And in the process, he would leave and go on the farm to Swaray, just about a mile from Swaray to Topmanburg. He would go there for the weekend, and he would go to Cape Mount and visit all the other places. And the keys would be with me. So, nobody taught me how to drive. I only got in the car, and I started moving. So it happened that one of the times I had the first accident. I remember I had the first accident on Gary Street, Benson Street, Gary Street, just bending in, and I saw a heavy truck in front of me, and I was not able to dodge it, and I went into it. So that was the first accident. At the time, I did not even have a license, a driving license, and I was arrested by the police, and that was around the weekend. He was not in town. I was locked up in jail. That was my first jail I ever went to. When I got in the jail, I was not used to the kind of condition I saw there. In the dungeon, the jail looking very bad. Toilets all over. The pee-pee scent. So, even though they brought me food from outside, but I refused to eat because I was not accustomed to eating in such a filthy place. So it took me days. However, just to cut matters short, when my uncle returned to Monrovia, my mother went there and begged him, "Hey, free your child from the jail." And he said, "This boy is too hard-headed. Let him stay there and learn lesson." I stayed there for some time, and later he became magnanimous and freed me from there. That was my first actual experience going to jail, experiencing what a jail condition in Liberia really looks like. They have their own government. The strongest there is the president. That's the head of state. The strongest in the jail might make right there. So if you go there as a weakling, you better obey, or else you'll be well disciplined. So that was the first experience I went through. Again, I continued my school. But as I told you, a young man, inexperienced, with so many cars in the yard and all the keys with him, again, I still continued to drive. My last experience when I was driving was in Congo, and my uncle had a policy that after 10 o'clock in the night, they will close the gate. Wherever you are, you sleep there. So he came in town. He had a Chevrolet, and his number was 1168. I still remember, P1168. So when he came in town, I also came in town with a small car. When my cousin graduated from Cottington, I'm talking about Dr. Mustapha Swaray, that was the present that my uncle bought for him. So we all used to use this car to drive around town. In fact, when I was coming to the elite school here at CWA, most of the students that used to come there, they come with cars. So I myself used to come with my own car there too. I'm saying this to say, I have been among people, I mingle with people, with Congo people, with native people, and I'm used to all of these people. Most of them are my friends, and we have interacted with each other. So, I remember I came in town, and I was on my way going back, and I spotted my uncle's car also going back, somewhere around Logan Town, on the main road. He was taking the main road to get to Corway Junction and go in Corway. So I did not want for him to reach there without seeing me there. So I took the shortcut inside Lobington to get to Conway Bridge in order to go, so I can get there before he gets there. I took that road, and I speeded the car so much that when I crossed the Conway Bridge, all I could remember, I don't really know what happened, but I remember I experienced a shadow, a long shadow cross in front of me, and I was not to myself again. All I can remember, the vehicle was going this way and this way and this way until it burst into a fence. The small Austin GT burst the concrete wall and entered the fence. The entire car smashed except the little place where I sat down, the driver's seat. So, excuse me please. I'm sorry. So, the car burst the fence. It was Mawata Allison's fence. And I was unconscious for nearly 30 minutes. Mawata and the rest of the people who were there, they wasted eyes on me, and then people came around. My teacher, my math teacher, Mr. Sambola, he also lived right behind the train track. So he came there, and he stood there for 15 minutes, I suppose. He did not see me wake up. So he went back and gave up that I was dead. So the next day, when he came here to CWA, he told my classmates, he said, well, one of your classmates, Swaray, he had car accident last night and he died. So that night, as I said, it took 30 minutes before I could regain my consciousness. And when I was coming to myself, I asked, what? It looked like something happened here, eh? What? Where is the car? Then the people say, you're not thinking about your life? You're thinking about car? So we sent for my cousin, Stanley Swaray, to come and take me to hospital. He carried me to the Catholic hospital that night, and the hospital refused to touch me until we paid money. These are Catholics, they are religious people. They refused to save the life until we paid money. And luckily for me, I had some money in my pocket, so I told my cousin, please put your hand in the pocket, because I was all bloody up in my scalp, all here. So finally he took the money out and gave to them, and this is how I was treated. I was treated, and we went back home. When my uncle came and he learned about what has happened, he said, well, young man, this is a parting between you and myself. And this is how I came back to live with my mother. We lived somewhere on McDonald Street at several points because my father did not build a house in Monrovia here. They used to live at Vitiela, the place where they call Vitown. There was a little Vitown there where they used to call Vitiela. So I began to struggle. The next thing was the continuation of my school. I went looking all around to see how I can continue school. I took the University of Liberia test and I passed, and it was left for me to continue. But I did not have the basic support, the financial support. So I was looking around to see if I can get scholarship. Again, I noticed that they were giving tests for Liberian Air Sierra Leone students under the Monrovia Union. I went and took the test and I passed. So I was given a scholarship to study agriculture and forestry. And indeed, this is not the area that I really wanted to study. But I had no choice. So they transferred us to Fendel at the College of Agriculture and Forestry. We were there, and then I went through the courses. But indeed, I did not love the courses that were being offered. I didn't want to do agriculture or forestry. That was not my area. I didn't feel good about it. But because I had no choice, I had to be there. So I don't even used to study. I don't used to study. I will go all out visiting Begwe Town on Bentor Road, looking for girlfriends. As a young man, of course, most ladies are very much charming. They get attracted to people. And when you see them, you can hardly pass by them. So this was the kind of thing I was engaged in there. But if you fail in the school, you'll be put out. So the only time I used to study, because that scholarship offered me $50 every month. 50 United States dollars every month. So I will do all I can to defend the scholarship. I only studied for 1 week. The week that we are about to take the test, if we are to take a dendrology test or an agronomy test or whatever test that we are to do, that one night that my friends study for the semester, I will break my head down that night and put everything inside. And the next morning, I will go and vomit with it there.
Mr. Witness?
So,
Mr. Witness?
Yes?
Can you connect your background with your experience with the conflict period?
Yes?
We've heard enough of your personal background. I mean, can you relate all of that to the conflict period?
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thought you needed to know more about the man.
Of course. We've heard enough.
But in order to give chance for us to move forward, I thought you needed to know more about this man, because I'm almost about to go into the actual issues that you want to hear.
Yeah.
All right, then I will try to curtail my talk on myself. So, at this point, my struggle in town made me to feel also that I'm one of the poor persons in town. So, the many struggles I went in town here, there were days that, especially when I even left my mother's place, I lived on my own, there were days that we could struggle for even food. And I remember there were times that friends and myself organized cultural troops that we would go and perform somewhere, and they gave us some money. And this is how we managed to survive at certain times. But a man that is born to do what he is destined to do, it is imbued in him whatever the qualities that God had planted in him. So I was in town, and it happened that this school I was about to tell you about, in fact, I was expelled from that school finally, because I was the president of the student body there. And then the school authorities kind of, should I say, embezzled the funds that were intended for students. And in the process, the students all rallied around me as their leader to unveil this hidden secret. At the time, the man that was, oh my God. Okay, thank you. We try to follow your schedule. So, I will cut it short. You will not know all about it. But I met with the Secretary General of the Monrovia Union at the time, in Freetown. This man was Honorable Ernest Eastman, to relay what the students told me to complain on. And he told me, he said, young man, he said, look, go on top of the mountain and look down. He said, you will see a different view. And also stand down and look up. You will see another different view. My advice to you is, go and try to go back to school. So that was the end of that matter. When I came, I was expelled. Those students that supported me, some of them were Liberian students, some of them were Sierra Leone students, but they set example to make sure that no student again accused authority of embezzling funds. That was the end of that. So I remained in town, and then moving from place to place, one of my Gisi friends, he told me, he said, well, Mr. Swaray, sometimes I talk with you and the views that you express, I have seen a gentleman, I have listened to him, and the same kind of things that you are talking are the same kind of things that gentleman is talking. So therefore, I will advise that you meet with him and you all discuss and see if you all are talking the same thing. So I said, who is this gentleman? Then he called the name Barcos Matthews. So I told him, I said, well, I don't want to meet with anybody because I know that people don't mean business. But however, he prevailed upon me. And I told him, I said, okay, since you're my friend and you think that it's important that I meet this gentleman, then please go and make appointment for me. He went and he made the appointment. Then he came and he and I went there and we met with Barcos Matthews at a small house between Randall Street and Gale Street. Barcos and I sat, we talked, and I saw that the same kind of views I share are the kind of views that he was expressing. And usually, birds of the same feathers flock together. So he told me, he said, well, let's work together. But before even that, Dr. Togbana Tipote was here in Moja, conscientizing the minds of the Liberian people. And I went there to him. I told Dr. Tipote, I said, well, Dr. Tipote, the end result is if you want change, then of course, change is inevitable, but it is necessary through the democratic process. Why don't we form a political party? Dr. Tipote replied me that the time has not come. and he was yet conscientizing the minds of the people. So I told him, thank you, goodbye, and I left. So when I met with Barkos, we discussed, we decided to work together. And there were days that we would carry people on the field to talk to people in the neighborhoods. At Buse Quarters, at West Point, in New Crew Town, in Claratown, in all these neighborhoods around here. And later, we all decided that, look, there is no way that we should just be working without knowing what role each person should play. So we decided to have some sort of election on those who were here. So I was elected as the chief propaganda officer. Whatever that meant, the role we played at the time is what we did. So that was the role I was playing in the Progressive Alliance of Liberia. So at this point, in order to summarize, I want to go into the text document that I put together as my view that you invited me here to share with you as to what I know about the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, the Progressive People's Party. So, ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears and bear with me because I have been using glasses and I've decided to move the glasses. So I will have to almost bend down before I can see what I'm reading. This is a presentation made on the theme, Understanding the Liberian Conflict through its principal events and actors.
Mr. Witness, wouldn't it be better if you sit because of your eyes?
Well, I don't mind. Maybe let me hold it so. Please.
Okay.
Yeah. From 1979 to 2003, a historical outlook of the Liberian conflict dating from 1979 to 2003 is deeply rooted in the nature and manner in which the Liberian government handled issues of political opposition in the past. The lack of political tolerance and maturity triggered conflicts between the government and its opposition. By nature, human beings are political animals with diverse views. No leadership should therefore expect not to have opposition. Sorry. The conflicts in Liberia have been many due to the errors of some operatives in government in the past. Kindly bear with me as I cite few cases well known, even though others have already cited these instances. A. The opposition politician, Mr. David Coleman, and his son were killed in cold blood in Monrovia for failing to cooperate with the president of Liberia at the time, and not in a sugarcane farm, as it was reported later that they died in a gunshot exchange. B. The crackdown of the Truick Party-led government during the tenure of late President Tubman and then Vice President William R. Talbot Jr. on the opposition Reformation Party, resulting into many deaths, injuries, and the opposition leader D. Tuer fleeing into exile in Freetown, where he remained till his death. C. Yesterday, the gentleman cited his father's case, but still I have it here, I will cite it. How about the treason allegation against the late Honorable Henry B. Famula Sr., who was only suspected of wishing to contest elections against the late President Tubman? The accused was incarcerated for long till the death of President Tubman. During the long political hegemony of the Truick Party-led government, there were many orchestrated lies and atrocities committed against people that were in opposition. These lies were purposely intended for the incumbent to keep power. When governance is exercised by suppression and oppression, people will get to some point where they will not fear anymore. Toward the formation of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, PAL, the late Honorable Gabriel Barcos Matthews explained to me that while he was vice consul at the Liberian consulate in New York, the late Minister of Finance, Honorable Stephen Talbot, visited New York. Mr. Matthews said he performed his official duties as vice consul regarding late Minister Talbot's visit. Unfortunately, Mr. Matthews said Honorable Talbot expected the vice consul to tote his luggages for him, which was not part of his official duties. Honorable Matthews said, being that he only performed his official duties and refused to tote the luggages of Honorable Talbot, Minister Talbot became angry with him, and when he returned to Liberia, he withheld Mr. Matthews' checks for 2 years. Mr. Matthews said he complained to the late President William R. Talbot Jr. several times, but his complaints were not heeded to. Mr. Matthews said he then resigned from the consulate job and went into private life. Mr. Matthews narrated that he then invited some of the Liberians that lived in America at the time to attend a meeting at his residence where he narrated the reason for his resignation. According to late Honorable Matthews, it was at that point that those that attended the meeting decided to form a political pressure group to fight for the rights of the Liberian people. The organization was named Progressive Alliance of Liberia, PAL. Among those that were mandated by the membership of this political pressure group to come and plant the organization in Liberia were 1. Honorable Gabriel Barcos Matthews, Chairman; Honorable Wesley M. Johnson, Vice Chairman; Honorable Oscar J. Queer, Secretary General; Honorable Samuel P. Jackson, Financial Secretary; Honorable Marcus Down, Assistant Secretary General. However, Honorable Wesley M. Johnson was later asked by the leadership to stay and handle the affairs of the organization in America, while the other 3 officials of the organization proceeded to Liberia to organize and conscientize the people of Liberia on their rights. In the organization process, other Liberians that formed part of the national leadership were Honorable Chia Chipo, Organization's Legal Counsel; Honorable D. Khan Carlo, Assistant Secretary General; Honorable J. Alieu Swaray, Chief Propaganda Officer; Honorable Michael George, Assistant Chief Propaganda Officer; Honorable Nathaniel Obear, Membership Officer. The Progressive Alliance of Liberia, though resolved to conscientize the people on their rights, it was very courteous in approaching issues of national concern. For example, when the government of Liberia during the administration of the late President William R. Talbot Jr. decided to increase the price of a 100-pound bag of rice from USD $22.50 to USD $30, the leadership of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, PAL, held several consultative meetings with the people of Liberia aimed at knowing their opinion on the price increase. The view of majority of the people was that in view of the very low salaries the civil servants were making, most of which were below USD $50, it was not prudent for their government to deprive them of their staple food by imposing a price they can afford. The leadership of the organization therefore requested for audience with the leadership of the government, at which time the government was told the result of the opinion of majority of the people. The leadership of the government outrightly rejected the views of the people and went ahead with its plan. The Progressive Alliance of Liberia, which comprised mainly of poor people, was not surprised because in those days, the leadership of the government was mainly from the rich class of people who could not be affected by that price increase. And moreover, the government in those days was so say one, so say all, and not really majority rule government. The people then, through the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, decided to peacefully demonstrate their rejection of the government's decision through a political parade on the streets of Monrovia. The leadership of PAL then requested for permit from the government through the Ministry of Justice. while waiting for the permit, as huge crowd of the membership continued to converge at the organization's office to wait for instruction from their leadership, the government ordered the police, which came and attacked the crowd, shot and killed and wounded many. This violent provocation by the government on its people resulted in vandalism, looting, and destruction of properties as a reprisal from the people. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me squarely put the blame of what happened on April 14, 1979, on the government at that time for not responsibly handling the matter. It was never the plan of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia to overthrow the government. For example, on the day of the April 14, 1979 demonstration, the government lost control of affairs when the people reacted to the violence the government started. Even in view of government's collapse, the leadership of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia made no pronouncements declaring a takeover. When the violence subsided, the government ordered the arrest of the leadership of the organization. The leadership of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia did not resist, but willingly turned themselves in and were detained for 26 days and released later and granted general amnesty when the OAU summit was about to take place here in Liberia. The power leadership was released, in my opinion, because the government did not want to be accused of keeping political prisoners in jail while at the same time advocating for the release of other political prisoners in some countries in Africa. The aim of the leadership of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia was to defend the rights of the people not to be trampled upon, as well as to introduce multi-party democracy in Liberia, with the view that competitive democracy will make the government to perform better. In view of the above, the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, through the people of Liberia, formed the Progressive People's Party, PPP, to compete and contest elections. This was the aim. Those that played the leadership role were 1. Gabriel Barcos Matthews, Chairman; Wesley M. Johnson, Vice Chairman; Oscar J. Queer, Secretary General; D. Can Carlo, Assistant Secretary General; Councillor Chia Chipo, Legal Counsel; Marcus Dan, Assistant Secretary General based in America; J. Alieu Swaray, General Coordinator; Nathaniel O. Bear, Assistant General Coordinator for Administration; or Michael George, Assistant General Coordinator for Operations. After the formation of the party, those partisans that were business-minded approached the party to write to the government and apply for permits so they can import rice to be sold for $11 per 100-pound bag in order to reduce the financial hardship on the poor civil servants whose salaries were below USD $50. The government did not honor the request of the party to reduce the hardship on the people of Liberia. Glaringly, the biggest rice farmer in Liberia in those days was the late President William R. Talbot Jr. Also, Mr. Daniel Talbot, the cousin of the late president, was the biggest importer of rice in those days. In view of the above, the partisans of the Progressive People's Party saw that the price increase benefited only the two rice dealers. The party therefore resolved to express its dissatisfaction about the refusal of government to allow people that would want to reduce the hardship on the Liberian people by reducing the price of their staple food. The partisans therefore on March the 3rd, 1980 at 12 midnight, marched to deliver a protest document to the acting caretaker of the government, Honorable E. Reginald Townsend, while the president was in Nimba County. As the people were approaching the Ministry of Information, the then police director, Conevani Dempster, along with a group of police, fired at armless crowd, injuring some, and the group dispersed without responding violently in order not to disturb public peace. However, upon the return of late President Talbot back to the capital, the Progressive People's Party invited its partisans on March 8 1980 at its office were a record crowd of about 10,000 persons from Monrovia, along with party representatives from the various counties, along with the news media, to attend a meeting and listening to the statement issued by the party stating loss of confidence in the ability of the leadership of the government to democratically govern the people of Liberia, and therefore it should resign. Again, let me inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that the opposition Progressive People's Party in those days spoke a political language and demonstrated political actions that were not understood by the government. Rather, the government harshly handled issues violently, and maybe because they were not used to reacting to opposition lightly. In the wake of the political confusion, the leadership of the Progressive People's Party was approached by a delegation from the Union of Liberians in America that informed the PPP's or leadership that they met with the leadership of the government, and they have asked them to meet with the Progressive People's Party and negotiate for political settlement. Those delegation members that met with the leadership of the PPP were Mr. Charles Taylor, Chairman, Mr. Bai Mbala, President of the Union of Liberians in America at the time, and Mr. Nyondwe Monokomana, member. While in the meeting to discuss how the matter could be settled without violence, the government ordered armed police to arrest the leadership of the party. This caused pandemonium, and the leadership of the party went into political underground for some time. But most of them later gave themselves in to the government police, and they were badly malhandled and jailed. Luckily for me, ladies and gentlemen, I was the only person that was not caught at the time. And the reason why I did not turn myself in is because a similar incident occurred from the beginning. And God being on our side, we were released. Those that we interacted with here in Liberia in the past who had experience about how the Truic Party government handled opposition, they cautioned us to be careful, for we were treading a dangerous path. So I prayed to my God to cover me up, not to be caught. I remained in political underground until whatever happened here happened. Those that were detained in jail, they remained in jail till the People's Redemption Council of the Armed Forces of Liberia overthrew the government to bring about political settlement. The PRC released from further detention all opposition political leaders and appointed them in government. Now, if it was the intention of PPP to overthrow the government, the leadership would not have agreed with the delegation of the Union of Liberians in America that approached it to discuss political settlement without violence. The execution of 13 former officials of government few days after the 1980 coup was another horrible incident. These 13 men were charged and tried behind closed doors by a military tribunal. Some of the charges that were levied against the executed officials were rampant corruption, the misuse of public office, or nepotism, violation of human rights, among others. But the main reason, according to the late former commanding general, Thomas G. Kuyampa, is that they discovered an execution order on the desk of the late President William R. Talbot to execute all opposition political leaders. This execution order was signed by the former officials and approved by the late President. The execution of the opposition political leaders should have taken place while the late President would have been on his way to attend the independence program of Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. According to former Commanding General Thomas Kuyamba, and I quote, "What is good for John is also good for Joe." Gradually, Those other former detained officials of the dethroned government were released, and some of them were appointed as advisors to the PRC government. These advisors gradually undermined the PRC members by deliberately ill-advising them. Some officials among the military rulers who did not know better due to their low level of education were misled by their ill advisors. As a result of the wrong advices given to the PRC members by the released former government officials, the cordial relationship that had earlier existed between the progressive leaders and the military men began to take a downward trend. Secondly, even among the PRC members themselves, relations became sour and they plotted subversive activities against each other. One of such was the allegation levied against the former vice head of state, Major General Thomas Wessing, along with other PRC members such as Nelson Toh, Robert Nwuku, Harris Johnson, and Henry Zoe. These were all executed by firing squad on allegations that they had plotted to overthrow the PRC government. They were also tried behind closed doors by a military tribunal headed by the late General Frank Sengpenny. After the execution of the above-named PRC members, it did not take long, then souring relations developed between the former head of state, Master Sergeant Samia K. Doe, and the former commanding general, Thomas G. Kuyongba. This souring relation made General Thomas Kuyongba to leave the country and went to America upon the advice of Bishop Michael Francis. While in America, General Thomas Kuyongba and some other prominent Liberian opposition politicians formed the National Patriotic Front of Liberia with a view to bring the country back to civilian rule. The 1985 elections took place, and even though it was widely expected that the Liberian Action Party of the late Honorable Jackson F. Doe won the elections, but the NDPL roasted the rooster and ate it. The Elections Commission Chairman, the late Honorable Emmett Hammond, was sent for by the NDPL standard bearer, the late Dr. Samia K. Doe, to find out from him as to who won the elections. Honorable Emmett Hammond, fearing that the axe may fall on his head, said Dr. Samia K. Doe won the elections. Dr. Doe therefore told him to go and announce it, which he did while embarking on board an aircraft to take him off to flee the country. After the rigging of the 1985 elections by the late Dr. Samia K. Doe, some of the opposition politicians that lived in America sponsored the late General Thomas Kuyongba to overthrow the government. This attempt failed, and General Kuyongba died in the process. Most of the coup plotters died in the process also, and some escaped. Being that the late General Kuyongba is from Nimba County, the government of Samia K. Doe, as a reprisal, targeted the people of Nimba County, and many innocent persons were massacred there. Most people fled to neighboring Ivory Coast, where they lived in refuge camps for several years. Mr. Charles Taylor, who was Director General of the General Services Agency, GSA, went abroad to purchase items for the government, and suddenly we heard the government of Dr. Samia K. Doe charged the GSA Director General of embezzling the government funds. The Minister of Justice by then, Honorable Jenkins K.Z.B. Scott, was ordered to indict Mr. Taylor as a criminal. Mr. Charles Taylor was arrested and jailed in America. Surprisingly later, we heard that Charles Taylor, who was jailed in America, became leader of the Rebel National Patriotic Front of Liberia. We all know that the American jails are very well fortified, and Taylor could not have escaped without being caught. The question is that who released Charles Taylor from jail to lead the rebellion? Also, If he broke jail, as we have heard in the past, why did the American government not arrest him for breaking jail in America? But rather, he was labeled as the fastest rebel in the world by the Voice of America radio station. Let no one abuse our minds that Taylor broke jail in America. The same former opposition Liberian politicians that carried Taylor to Libya to train the rebel soldiers are responsible for the release of Taylor from jail in America. They paved the way for the onslaught that took place in Liberia, including the capture and killing of the late President Samuel Doe by a splinter group of the NPFL led by General Prince Y. Johnson of the IMPFL on September 9, 1990. Those politicians that brought this war on Liberia are not better than Mr. Charles Taylor. They should all be tried at the World Crime Court in The Hague for the role they played in bringing upon the Liberian people such unforgettable disaster. The launching of the Mpf Air War in Liberia on 24th December 1989 called for serious concern. Those in government at that time, especially the Crown ethnic group, felt that the war was against them because the late President Samuel K. Doe hailed from among the Crown tribe. Most of the Crown people were enlisted into the AFL to fight the war. Also, Samuel Doe, who was looking for other tribes to help his tribesmen in the war, informed the Mandingo people to buy single barrels and defend themselves. So at the end of the Ramadan prayers in 1990, the Mandingo Muslims announced at the Muslim gathering at the ATS on the day of the prayer to put money together to buy guns to defend themselves. When the NPFL heard of the plan of the Mandingo Muslims, they started killing any Muslims they saw. Besides the Mandingo pronouncement to defend themselves, it has been the habit of the securities at various checkpoints of segregating and humiliating Mandingos while traveling in commercial transport vehicles in Liberia. They will always ask when the vehicle stops at the checkpoint, any dingo? If nobody talks in the vehicle, they will ask, what is your name? If you say, I'm Kone, they say, get down. If you are Swaray, they say, get down. If you are Kroma, get down. All the names associated with Mandingo were all treated that way for many years. This segregation made Mandingos to see the need to defend themselves. Let it be known that even though Mandingo is one of the original tribes in Liberia, but they have always been treated as if they are strangers in the country. So they had legitimate reason for concern to defend themselves. When the NPFL continued the killing of Crown and Mandingo people, most of them fled to neighboring countries for their safety. Most Mandingo Muslims fled to Guinea, and most Crown went to Sierra Leone. The Liberian Muslims in Guinea formed a civil organization to seek their welfare while in Guinea. This organization was called Movement for the Redemption of Muslims, MRM, which was headed by Honorable Alhaji G.V. Kroma as its leader. The Crown ethnic group that fled to Sierra Leone also organized itself into a military group, since most of them were the former members of Samuel Doe's government security forces. The group was called United Defense Force, UDF. Its leader was the late General Albert Capper, who died in a gunshot incident in Sierra Leone. The two groups in Sierra Leone and Guinea respectively had common plan against the NPFL that had chased them out of Liberia. They therefore united to face their common enemy in those days. They selected a neutral name to represent the two merged groups. This was called United Liberation Movement for Democracy, ULIMO. This resistant movement became a force that withstood the NPFL. And through it, most Muslims and crowns returned back to Liberia. Ulimo was chaired by Mr. Rele Siki at first, but later he was replaced by General Alhaji G.V. Nkrumah. The organization later divided into a crown splinter group led by General Roosevelt Johnson, and the Mandingo faction continued with Alhaji Nkrumah as its leader. This division was because of policy differences that created intra-conflict fighting between the leadership of the Crown and Mandingos. No matter fighting each other, but they both fought the NPFL. Another group called Liberia Peace Council, LPC, also mainly from among the same Crown and Sapo tribes, emerged and also fought NPFL. It was led by Dr. George Bole. The three warring groups compelled the NPFL rebel leader, Charles Taylor, to agree to dialogue on the Liberian conflict. This dialogue produced a leadership for Liberia which conducted elections that brought Mr. Charles Taylor as president of Liberia. One of the conspiracies intended to paralyze the NPFL by killing Mr. Charles Taylor was that orchestrated, and a rocket-propelled grenade was launched October 30th on the 6th floor of the Executive Mansion by the Crown ethnic group as a reprisal for the death of late President Doe, but failed to accomplish its mission. Ladies and gentlemen, at that time, I was blessed because I used to be on the 7th floor of the Executive Mansion. I was the Director General of the Cabinet during the LNTG2. But that morning, I had not reached there when the incident occurred. So maybe I would say the blessing of God was showered upon me. I would have also died. Another attempt to flush out both the NPFL and the Mandingo faction of Ulimo was the April 6th war, which was also very devastating. This war was carefully planned and executed by all the other fighting groups, but also failed to accomplish its mission. This particular war, I suffered a lot. I remained in my house that is situated right somewhere by the former Labor Ministry. I could not seek refuge somewhere because I was embarrassed. My mother was there. My grandmother was there. My grandmother could not walk. And my mother was also very ageable to be able to rescue my grandmother. And I, who was serving as political advisor to the leader of the Mandingo faction of Ulimo, I was obviously a target by the Crown ethnic group when the intra-conflict fighting ensued between the two groups. I remained there. I could not run away and leave my old people there. And at the same time, I was one of those that was targeted. I was there for 3 days during that war. Rockets fell on our house several times. It got to the point where I saw that it was getting very dangerous, and I was trying to relocate my people to a safer place. So I decided to take the road through Buse quarters in order to find a place across the road around the Camp Johnson Road area so I can relocate them. As I got on the road, on the main road right by the Buse quarter gas station where Parker is running now, then the Crown fighters saw me. They said, "Oh, here is Swaray." Right away, some of them came and they surrounded me. One of them said I should give them 6 feet so they can shoot. But destiny we always make sure that you don't die before your time. If it is not your time to die, ladies and gentlemen, you will never die. Somebody came from among them who told them, they said, oh, you want to kill Swaray like a lay person? They said, no, you don't kill Swaray like that. We have to carry him to the barrack and butcher him proper, the same way how we butcher all the other people. And rebels don't listen to any good talk. Only bad talk they can listen to. So when they hear that, they all say, yes, yes, yes. Let's carry him and go butcher him. This is how they carried me to the barracks. On our way going, one of them even used the bane knife on my back. And I was blooded up when we got to the barrack. Finally, when we got there, then they announced, they said, well, we have brought one rebel, we have caught one rebel. This person will come, slap me, the other one will come and box me up, the one will jump and kick me, all kinds of things. In the process, the man who was leading the war there in the barrack, who was in charge of the barrack, it was General Philip Kama. Philip Kama's wife was upstairs and she saw me. Then she said, oh, is that Swaray? She gave the order that they should lock me up in order to protect me so that they can't kill me. I was locked up in jail there. While in jail, they will come and take some people from in there and go slaughter them. The blood on the knife, they will come and show to us. They say, you see, those that we carried, we have just slaughtered them. It remains you. We will come for you. So in the process, already the bane knife that was used on me, the poison was already working on me. And I laid flat on my back in that dirty place. I was there. Then the news reached to Commissioner Sheikh Kafumba Kone. He was also in the barrack. And he came to see me. He said, oh, Swaray, you are here? I said, yes, Brother Kone, I'm here. Then he said, all right, hold on, I'm coming. So he went and told Philip Kama and others. He said, well, you people have been behind me to talk to Alhaji Krumah to let the war stop. Because the war actually had almost taken over the barrack. The whole area was very smoky. General Dumbuya and his forces at the time, they had actually encountered those at the barrack. So it was the view of those at the barrack that the war should stop. So after Commissioner Sheikh Kafumba Kone informed them that, well, I don't have influence over Alhaji Krumah, but you have somebody in jail who is their political director. So I think he can prevail upon him. So then in the process, ladies and gentlemen, God works in a mysterious way. Before even I come to the other point, while I was in jail, one of the crown generals, Anthony Duba, he also got to know that I was in jail there. So he went there. He said, oh, Swaray, you are here? He said, all right. Then he put his gun in to fire me. So when he put the gun here, I passed this way. Then from here, then he would bring the gun there. Then I passed the other way. So I kept dodging him in there because he wanted to fire me there. Then he said, play all your tactics. I'm going to the war front. When I come back, I'm going to kill you. So when he went to the war front, luckily for me, it was not time for me to die. So he was killed at the war front. So he was not able to kill me. In the process, General Philip Kama and those that were in charge of the war, they sent for me from the jail after Commissioner Sheikh Kafumba Kone had informed them that I was in there and I could prevail upon Alhaji Nkrumah so that the war can stop. So they sent for me. When I got there, then they said, look, come here. Come talk to your men. We want the war to stop. So I took the phone and they dialed the number and gave it to me. Then I talked to Alhaji Nkrumah. I said, Alhaji, how are you? He said, who is that? I said, Swaray. He said, oh, Swaray, how are you? How are you coming on? I said, well, I'm trying. Then he said, where are you? I said, I'm in the barrack. He said, barrack? What are you doing in the barrack? And they all sat down to listen, to see what I will say. Because if you say anything out of the way, you are dead. So I told Alhaji, I said, well, I'm here under protective custody. So he understood what that meant. The BBC correspondent that was there, he connected him so that they can record whatever I say there. So eventually, if they don't see me, then of course they will know that the Crown people killed me. But luckily for me, after I talked to him, I informed him, because he did not even know that General Doumbouya had just been killed in the very war. So I informed him. I said, well, Alhaji, most of the people, the civilians, are here. They are dying. The rockets that are being sent here, people are dying, civilians are dying, the soldiers are not dying. So, in fact, General Doumbouya has just been killed. He said, Doumbouya? I said, yes. I said, so I'm appealing to you to talk to Charles Taylor that the war should stop. Those in the barrack have asked me to talk to you so that this war can stop. He told me, okay, hold on. So he talked to Charles Taylor. And then, luckily, the two of them agreed for the war to stop. So I talked to them on that Wednesday in the evening at about 7:30 to 8. Then they told me, they said, okay, we agree for the war to stop. Then I relayed the message to those that were in authority of the war at the barrack, that well, Alhaji and Charles Taylor have agreed for the war to stop. But it remains you. You also have to agree for the war to stop. What I mean by this is that if they don't fire, but they hear you fire, then it means that you don't want for the war to stop. So therefore, talk to your fighters not to shoot. Then that will make them to also stop the war. They also agreed with me. So, and they informed their people. So that night, one of the generals that was there was my old friend, Eric Dagbesing. So Dagbesing asked the group to turn me over to him in order to protect me. So Colonel Dagbesing carried me upstairs in the place where they call the piers. And he told me, Swaray, you know how the people treated you. Don't get down from that place. That was a place where the foreign people, they were looking for refuge for their safety. They were all housed there. They kept them there. Lebanese, Guineans, Sierra Leoneans, Nigerians, and whatnot. They all were there. So they kept me there. In fact, just before I was brought outside from the jail, I appealed to Commissioner Sheikh Kafumba Kone to help me with some clothes, because the clothes I had on was bloody. Commissioner Sheikh Kafumba Kone was very kind to me. He went and brought me some trousers, and he gave to me, even though the trouser was very big for me. But I tied it, and I wore that for the time. And I removed that blood-stained clothes that was on me. Also, my friend Eric Dagbesin gave me one of his old shirts, which I wore. Those were the clothes I was wearing when I was upstairs there. So, the following day was Thursday. No war really ensued in Monrovia. The war was stopped. No war was fought in Monrovia on that Thursday until in the evening at about 5 o'clock. What made the war to continue was that some of the crown soldiers, when they are looting the shops, they shoot guns in the air in order to drive people away, not to come and see what is happening. So when the other people, the MPFL and the Mandingo faction of Ulimo, when they heard the shooting in the air, they thought that the Crown group had violated the agreement. So therefore, they too continued. And this is how the war continued to go on. So this war went on, and the place where I was in the piers, I was the only person that when rockets were being fired there, I could not get down. The rest of the people always got down and went under the ceiling, the underground, for their protection. But I was the only man who will always sit there only to see which way the rocket is coming, so as to dodge it. I remained there, and there were a lot of rockets that were fired in that building, because that was the building where those authorities that were in command of the war at the barrack were also housed downstairs. So the group that was fighting them was resolute to bring that building down. I suffered a lot. I remember there are two main instances I will cite here to you. The Ahmadiyya Muslim missionary and I were in the place there at about 7 p.m. It was time to offer prayers, the 7 o'clock prayers. And the man and myself stood on the mat to pay our obligation to our Maker, to offer the Maghrib prayer, the 7 o'clock prayers. The moment we said Allahu Akbar, a very big rocket fell right near me. I was not far from there. And that is a rocket that actually, if it is the will of God, when it explodes, it scatters you into pieces. But luckily, and with the blessing of God, because I know no man dies before his time, God made way. The Ahmadiyya missionary man and myself, who were about to offer the Maghrib prayer, we escaped from that place before that rocket finally exploded. And a lot of people died. People from far places died. But as God will have it, not a scratch touched me, and not a scratch touched that man. That is one of my experiences I had. Anybody who truly believes in the living God, you will know that God is indeed in control. Again, one day passed after that incident. The same Ahmadiyya missionary man and myself, we were sitting down in the same place discussing about Islam. Again, another big rocket fell right by me. Again, as God will have it, that man and myself escaped the area before that rocket finally exploded. And not a scratch touched me, and not a scratch touched that man. Just after that, I felt a little bit sleepy. So I decided to have a nap. I leaned on the chair and then I slept. And in the process, I had a vision. I was asked in my dream, in my vision, they said, "Do you know why you didn't die?" I said, "No." And they told me, they said, "But what you have come to do, you have not done it. If you had done it, you would have died." So, I come back to my earlier explanation to you. I don't know, but God knows, and maybe my father knows, why he named me after such great people. Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And again, I don't know why my political contemporaries again named me Jesus. But whatever role I have come to play on this earth, I know I will play it before I die. So I'm not worried about anything. I'm not even undaunted on whatever that had transpired around here. So, with this, I thought to add that portion to the story I'm telling you here. I will now proceed with the text. Ladies and gentlemen, the best solution for peace is dialogue for settlement, not marginalization of other groups, either through war or cheating by tricks. If you overpower the other groups, either through war or tricks, as long as they feel that they have not been treated fairly, they will regroup and fight you back. Take, for example, the former President Charles Taylor gave order to his security forces, and they ousted General Roosevelt Johnson and his group, along with other group leaders. They all left the country, not satisfied. They therefore went and regrouped and waged the World War and got Charles Taylor out of Liberia. Ladies and gentlemen, let me call your attention because you will want to know what role I played in Ulimo. Ever since the war ensued in Liberia, I never left this country. I'm one of those who believe that I should never die under the table. I should die at the battlefront. But I will never die under the bed. I'm one of those. So, other people were leaving the country. And then, some people tried to prevail upon me that we should leave the country. I told them, no, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. If it is my time to die, I will die. You are born anyway to die. Nobody will remain here. So, I did not go anywhere. I remained here, and the role I played was purely humanitarian. I was in Monrovia here. I'm one of those that risked my life when the poor people of Liberia were suffering for hunger, and they were going through all kinds of suffering, problems. I was one of those who decided to risk my life to organize a humanitarian group, a relief group, to divide relief items to the poor, hungry, suffering masses in Liberia. I was one of the first, along with Blamo Nelson, Samuel Sakwa, may his soul rest in peace, Michael George, and many others. We organized the Special Emergency Life Food Program, SELF, and we divided the relief items here in Monrovia for people to come back to themselves. I remember there were many days I went through hunger, but even though I had no food to eat, yet still I did not relent. I went out there with empty stomach and I walked. No vehicle was moving. It was during the wartime. I organized the people in West Point, in Newcrow Town, in Clara Town, and in Logan Town, and many other parts for us to divide relief items to the people. If I did not love the people of Liberia, I wouldn't have risked my life under bullets. I lived at the time in Clara Town, where my elder brother, who is now deceased, have a house. There where I lived during the wartime. I used to leave from there, go to Mamba Point, because Blamo Nelson and the other people were at Mamba Point in the political officer, the American political office house. There where they were lodging. So I used to leave Clara Town under the bullets, go there, get the document that they have put together so I can plant on the ground in order for us to divide the relief items to the hungry masses of the people. So I remember one day I came in the morning, I got a document, and I went back, crossing the waterside bridge there. And then when I did the work, I was coming back to give report. And right on the bridge, I was caught by the Mpf soldiers. They said, look, you are a spy. We saw you this morning, you came and went up. Then you went back. Then you have come again. You are one of the spies for Mpf. So in fact, you are condemned. We will kill you. Especially, they searched me and they saw I had a belt. And this belt was gun protection. And they know it. So they said, you see, we said it. The man has a gun protection. So they condemned me. And they said they were going to kill me. So the place where they put me, it was like a condemned cell. When they're ready to urine, they will come to urine there. So I decided to say my prayers, because it's better that you can say your last prayer before you go. But I know that if it is not my time, I will not go. So in my Arabic study, as I told you earlier, I started studying Arabic from my hometown. And there are certain chapters that when you read, come what may, you will be rescued. So I started reading to myself, reading, unknown to them. And the quantity I'm supposed to read, I was almost getting to it. Then they said, okay, now let's go. Let's go to the point where we'll go and fire you. So they carried me somewhere around the LEC gateway there. Before we got there, I completed my prayers. So when we got there, then God played a miracle. Somebody came who was higher than them, among them. He said, what happened here? What happened? Then he said, oh, we caught one Mpf Air rebel. Here you see. So we just brought him to kill him. He has gun protection, everything. And so we're going to kill him. So the man looked at him. He said, look at you. You don't know Swaray? Swaray is no Mpf Air man. I said, man, you're freedom man. He said, Swaray, you want your gun protection? He said, take it. He said, what? He said, what you want? You shooting gun. You have your own gun protection on you. And you don't want the man who is not handling gun to also wear his own. Suppose the stray bullet come and kill him. So God played that miracle and they turned over everything back to me and released me. In fact, the news had already reached to my mother, who was also in Claratown at the time, that, well, they have killed your son. And my mother was there weeping. And later on, when I got there, they all were surprised. So my mother calls me her wonder son. I'm the wonder son of my mother. And she loved me greatly. Also, even when my father was living, he too loved me greatly. I'm loved by my parents, and that blessing is on me. So, this is how it happened at that time. Also, having gone through that relief work here in Monrovia, it happened that Ulimo took over Western Liberia. I'm talking about Grand Cape Mount County, Bomi County, and Bapolo. And those that were in control of affairs there said they would not allow any other relief group to go there and go divide relief items there, because it is true the relief groups that other warring factions can get loaded in order to counter-attack them. So they could not allow. So the question was, who will now carry relief to Western Liberia? They met with the UN, and the person that was here at the time was one Ross Mountain. So they met with him, and then Ross Mountain said, well, we want to give relief items, for the suffering people there. So if you people say you will not allow anybody to go there, then you'll bring somebody that can do the job. They wanted for Blamo Nelson and the other group to go there. Those I worked with before. So they came to me and asked, can you go with us so that we can present you, so that you can lead the relief group to carry relief items to Western Liberia? I agreed. I said, well, I'm a revolutionary. I feel for people. I want to see humanity in a better condition. I would do anything to sacrifice my life just for the benefit of the people. So they and myself went to the UN headquarters. When we got there, it was Blamo Nelson. We again met in the office there along with Ross Mountain and the other officials of the UN here. So when they presented me, then Blamo Nelson got up and embraced me and said, but this is a man who worked with me here in Monrovia, and he organized the entire Bushra Island. So I know that this man has the experience to do the work. So he instantly recommended me to Ross Mountain. So they agreed. And this is how I led the group called the Liberia Islamic Union for Reconstruction and Development to carry relief items to Western Liberia. While I was there along with my group, dividing the relief items, the Ulimo group spotted me. The intra-conflict fighting had already started between them. And in the process, the first LNTG that was put together as a result of the Akosombo Accord, Ulimo produced 2 councilmen. NPFL produced 1 councilman. I think he passed away now, General Isaac Musa. And Ulimo produced Mohammed Sharif and Thomas Zia. So 1 from the Mandingo faction, 1 from the Crown faction. So it was time for election to see who will become the chairman of the Council of State. Ulimo needed only 1 vote in order to qualify so that its candidate can be the chairperson. But Thomas Zia, Maswe Kaba, whom I replaced later as political director, as well as George Dwyer, they were 3 friends. These 3 friends felt that under no circumstance they would allow for a Mandingo man to become head of state here. So they went to Greater Liberia and sold the Ulimo vote to the NPFL through Isaac Musa and Charles Taylor. It was time for the voting to take place at Hotel Africa area there. How do you call the place? So we went in there at Hotel Africa. I was based at Hotel Africa. My room number was 411. While I was there, John Richardson also was there. He was in charge of political affairs too for NPFL. I was in charge of political affairs at the same place. So I asked John Richardson one day, I said, but John Richardson, why is it that my leader can come to Monrovia, but your leader can't come to Monrovia? Why Charles Taylor don't come to Monrovia? Then he said, well, Charles Taylor don't trust ECOMOG, so he wouldn't come here. But before I proceed with this statement, I want you to know that it was because of the relief work I was doing in Western Liberia that made Ulimo to select me as political advisor when they spotted me. And this is how I got associated with the group. So, coming now to the point, I told John Richardson, why Charles Taylor don't come to Monrovia? He said, well, Charles Taylor don't trust ECOMOG. So that's the reason. Then I suggested to him, I said, but can we create the condition so that Charles Taylor can come to Monrovia so that we can put stop to this whole craziness? You know, one time Chairman Mao of the Chinese Revolution said, to disarm, you need to re-arm yourself twice. You have to take a bigger gun in order to disarm somebody with a smaller gun. So the NPFL was compelled to comply with the peace based on Ulimo, K or J, however you call it, as well as LPC. they compelled through war, they waged war against the MPFL. That made Charles Taylor to agree to dialogue for peace, or else he wanted political settlement through the barrels of the gun. So, with this, John Richardson and myself said, let us create the condition that will make Charles Taylor to come to Monrovia so that we can begin to talk. One of the suggestions that was put on the table was that some of the rebel soldiers from the MPFL and some of the Ulimo soldiers should also come and form part of the AFL here in order for Charles Taylor to come. So John Richardson took that idea to Charles Taylor and he welcomed it. As he welcomed it, it was about to be put into action when the group was invited to go to Akosombo for peace talk. So that made that interim group, the interim military group, not to be put into place. And as a result, we got there for the peace talk, and I can remember when Charles Taylor was almost giving up. My friend Francis Galawolo, Councillor Francis Galawolo, he was with the MPFL, and when we met there, he asked Charles, he said, "Oh, he said, Charles Taylor, do you know Swaray?" He said, "This is Swaray. He is with Ulimo." Then Taylor looked at him. He said, "Oh," he said, "Who say I don't know Swaray?" He said, "I know Swaray." But I could see that he was kind of despondent, and he was getting tired, and he wanted to leave and go. So I encouraged him. I told him, I said, "Taylor, I said, don't give up. I said, this is negotiation. It is not done one day. Maybe when we talk, we need to talk again. We will find the answer." And that encouraged him. I said, I assure you, I'm now going to Alhaji Krumah to tell him, because our people are suffering, we need to put stop to all these things here. And then as God will have it, I talked to Alhaji Krumah, and then they scheduled a meeting in the night with President Jerry Rawlings, who was chairman of ECOWAS at the time. I remember we attended that meeting in the night at about 1:30 to 2 at one of his castles. And we went there. It was the late Lansana Krumah, myself, and Alhaji Krumah. We represented Ulimo at that political talk. Charles Taylor, Momolu Salif, and Francis Galawolo represented the MPFL at that talk. At the time, AFL had been drawn as a faction replacing IGNU, the interim government of national unity. So, General, the former chief of staff, Hezekiah Bowen, General Bowen, Councillor Theophilus Gu, they represented the AFL. So at the talk, it was decided, in order for our friends in West Africa who were almost exhausted out of this conflict to pull out so that their countries don't give them problem, it was decided that we should decide as to what government we should put into place so that these people can withdraw. And in the process, both the Ulimo group and the MPFL group agreed that General Hezekiah Bowen should become the chairman of the Council of State. When that decision was made, it was very peculiar, begging General Hezekiah Bowen to agree to become the chairman of the Council of State. He could not agree. And we did not understand why. We begged the mayor for 3 days. When we all gave up, now well, look, okay then, we forget about him. Then later he came, he said, okay, he has agreed now. Then we said, no, we don't want you again. Not knowing what really had transpired. Behold, while we were at Hotel Africa, we saw a delegation came from America of Crown people who visited us there, mainly the late Councilman Tayo. So they organized an entertainment group, cultural dances and whatnot. The performance went on, and later they retired in the councilman's apartment. We don't know what transpired there. But later, we saw that General Hezekiah Bowen and Councilman Tayo, they visited America. Whatever transpired there, it was later we got to know, because one day we saw General Charles Juru went up in a mansion that he has overthrown the government, that he has overthrown West Africa. So I was at the Ecomore base. We were trying to have some meeting regarding how we can make a settlement. Then General Bowen went there. He was almost briefing as if somebody, so scared and one. The field commander that was there was John Mark Inyanga. So Inyanga looked at him and laughed. He said, look at you. And you acting like you don't know what happened. And you people brought the money to me that I should allow you to go sit down in the mansion. Then you acting out like you don't know what happened. Then before I got to know that, I see what happened. So this was the reason. And later when I asked, I got to know from the Crown ethnic group that they said, well, they didn't want Hezekiah Bowen to become chairman. And this arrangement had been made earlier. And when he asked them that, well, we have made this arrangement that he should be the chairman of the Council of State, and they told him, they said, well, if you agree to go sit down there, then that you will come and kill, because we can't overthrow the group. So I can now understand why he refused. We were begging him for 3 days. He could not accept it. All of these have to come out, because we're here to talk truth in order to reconcile and chart a new course for the future. Never more in the history of Liberia should we have such a carnage, such destruction. This is the reason why all of the pockets, we are trying to bring them out. So, with this, I want you to know that the role I played was positive role. Again, as Director of Political Affairs in Ulimo, I told Alhaji Krumah, I said, look, especially relating to the intra-conflict fighting between the two Ulimo groups, especially in Western Liberia, please inform our fighters that even if the Ulimo jail group shoot at them, they should not respond. Please give that order to them. They should not respond. Alhaji Krumah told the Mandingo faction of Ulimo that they should not respond even if Ulimo J shoot at them. When that went on, the Ulimo J also got tired, because you're shooting at somebody and the person does not respond. Then what is it? So that made for the war to stop on that side. You have to know what role that people played. Then I again came, I told Alhaji Nkrumah, I said, Alhaji, we have been in this thing for long. What you need to do is to go to Vonjama, disarm the boys. At that time, Ruth Perry had already come in now as chairperson of LNTG2. So I advise Alhaji Nkrumah, go and disarm the boys in Vonjama. Pack the arms. Invite the United Nations representative here. Invite the ambassadors that are here. Invite the chairperson of the Council of State. Turn the arms over to them and tell them that if disarming will signify weakness, then we are weak, but we are not fighting anymore. That was done. Alhaji Nkrumah responded positively. He went and disarmed the boys, invited the United Nations group here, the various ambassadors that were here, the chairperson of the Council of State, and turned the arms over to them. And the rationale behind that advice was, I told him, I said, well, look, when you do this, politically, the other belligerent factions will be compelled to do the same thing. If they don't, they will be seen as the belligerent group that does not want for peace to return to Liberia. So therefore, they know very well that the people of Liberia and the international community will not see them as good people. So therefore, they too will be compelled to do the same thing. And for true, when Alhaji Nkrumah did it, this is how MPFL also agreed to disarm. So I want you to know that the role that we played in Ulimo was a positive role. The role that I played, especially in the entire Liberian conflict, has been a role of reconciliation, a role of peace. So with this, I will now go into some of the problems that I believe that have created conflicts here in Liberia. One, as I told you earlier, most of the problems emanate from the government circles. One of the problems is the Liberian government don't want opposition. Liberian governments in the past don't want opposition. They did not entertain opposition. Number two, the misconception on the part of some people that in politics, opposition means that those in opposition are enemies to the government. This is also one other problem. Three, the misconception that only opposition ought to be constructive and not government. For example, opposition parties point out the shortfalls of government, but the leadership of the government has the responsibility not to tread the path of destruction, or else destruction will occur if the opposition also is capable of reprisal. Four, the idea that government is the private property of the president or a selected group of people or party when they are in office. This is wrong. 5, government belongs to all the people it governs. So if some people differ and don't share the opinion of the government, they are seen by some people in government as bad people or enemies. The opinion of some of the people in the government is that the opposition should be trampled upon, openly or secretly humiliated, or even killed. These are some of the problems. 6, the misconception of some government officials and their security agencies that opposition is bad for the governance of the people. This is very wrong, because opposition is a mirror. The government can know whether it is performing well or not in order to make improvements. 7. The people have the right to demand from the government what it promised to deliver. When people begin to demand from the Liberian government, then they are considered bad people. The government does not want opposition to speak out on where it has fallen short of the people's expectations. 9. The failure of government to recognize minority rights. 10. The failure of government to encourage opposition to be strong so as to continue to point out its shortcomings. 11. The idea of some people in government is that the president does nothing wrong. They can do anything he or she wants to see done, even at the detriment of people's lives. They will go all out to do anything to please the president, even if it is to eliminate the opposition by killing. 12. During the period of so say one, so say all, the Progressive Alliance of Liberia emerged on the political scene and said no to the style of politics in Liberia, when most of the people in government were worshipping the leadership. Some people in government also had the habit of protecting their jobs at the detriment of innocent and honest people. For example, those who knew how the True Whig Party government dealt with opposition groups in the past felt that the leadership of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, PAL, was approaching a dangerous path, and for sure the danger came to pass. Let the government of today, therefore, be reminded and don't make the same mistakes as governments in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, having exhausted this text, you have also asked me to make my recommendations that I believe can produce a society, a peaceful society for us all to live in. Most of the problems that have created conflicts in Liberia circle around political issues. And therefore, I am of the view that these proposals I'm making, if implemented, it will to some good extent produce the kind of peace that we all can enjoy and all can share. This nation, we all have responsibility to rebuild this nation. And therefore, these are my recommendations. Please listen carefully. They may seem strange to some people, but think deeply into them and maybe you might get some good answer. Remove the known from the sense, then you get sense from in there. In order to have a peaceful country to live in, I recommend the following proposals. 1. The Constitution of Liberia should be revisited to reflect federal instead of unitary. This will ensure that development be decentralized in all the political subdivisions of Liberia. 2. The federal legislature should define the requirement a political subdivision should possess in terms of population, size of land, and economic resources before it can be declared as a federal state of Liberia. 3. The political subdivisions of Liberia should therefore be divided into federal states, each with its legislature, executive, and judiciary. 4. Each of the federal states should collect its own revenue and employ its workforce. 5. The federal legislature should determine the percentage of a federal state's revenue that should be ceded to the federal budget of Liberia. 6. Every state governor, legislator, judicial head, and associate justices should all be elected by their state, having met with the qualificational requirements prescribed by law. The tenure of their offices should be limited to the tenure of that particular administration. They should all resign their positions before election takes place. Any Liberian citizen can contest elections for any office in any political state of your choice, provided the candidate meets with the legal requirements. 7. The state officials, in collaboration with the federal government, should discuss with the people of the state, select and prioritize development projects for their state. 8. Any concession agreement to be concluded should jointly be decided by both the state and the federal government. 9. Nobody should contest elections to become president, chief justice, and associate justices of the Supreme Court and legislators of the federal government, except such person has had prior experience in serving a federal state in one of such capacities before such person shall be eligible to contest elections for a federal position. And the further qualification depends on the individual's performance and audit result of former position served. 10. The power of the president. The key point. This is the area that is producing all the trouble around here. The power is too much. The president is too powerful. The power of the president of Liberia should be limited to appointing people in the executive branch of the federal government of Liberia. The Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, in consultation with each other, based on Judicial Committee's recommendation, shall appoint and remove from office judges of the courts of the federal government. This trend shall also be applied on state judicial officials. 12. The President of Liberia should not select his or her own vice president from his or her party. In the electoral process, the presidential candidate that gets the highest votes should be the president. The presidential candidate with the second highest votes should become the vice president. The third highest vote should become the speaker. The next in line should become the president pro tempore of the Senate. The same principle or policy of highest votes in descending order should apply to the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court. 14. The commissioners of the Elections Commission should be selected and recommended to form part of the Elections Commission by the parties contesting the elections. The commissioners shall elect their chairman and other officials of the commission in descending order of votes. They shall, in consultation with each other, appoint other officials of the commission. The elections commissioners shall stay in office for only the tenure of the administration they elect, and all shall resign to give way to other newly recommended commissioners by contesting parties for the new elections. 15. The president, governor of the executive branch of the government should have no exclusive powers to command the security forces of Liberia, except from time to time based on absolute necessity. The joint security forces should therefore only act upon the concurrent agreement of the three separate and distinct branches of the government. 17. All all weapons and ammunition of the government should be locked up in the armory with 3 separate sets of numerical keys, each set known only to the head of a branch of the government. If I'm heading the judiciary and I have one of the numerical keys, it can open only by numbers, and I know it, and I'm not in agreement for the executive to give order for people to go and bulldoze some opposition, then I will not agree, and therefore it will not take place. 18. On the economic front, development projects should be commercialized with Liberians both at home and abroad participating at 51% investment, while foreign investors participate at 49%. Liberians should be in control of their destiny. Most of the problems that have erupted here are because most of the people are very poor. They are not participating in the economic process of the country. They do not have the requisite capital to go into business. Can you be a good person in a capitalist country where you need capital in order to do business and you don't have this capital? Can you therefore live a good life in a capitalist state? No. So therefore, the federal legislature should enact law making it mandatory that all foreign investment in Liberia be in joint collaboration with Liberian investment counterparts. The government, through the federal legislature, should by law establish a Liberian investment and development stock for sale here and abroad to generate funds from investors. The par value of the stocks should be low in order that Liberians at home can also purchase. 21. The legislature should by law establish a Liberia. The legislature should by law establish Liberia Federal Investment and Development Holding Corporation with several subsidiary companies in the various walks of life for foreign, local, and or Liberian investment to participate. This corporation shall be capitalized through funds generated from the sales of the Liberian investment and development stock. This corporation shall be the government's goodwill gesture intended to pave the way for its citizens to participate in the economy of Liberia along with foreign partners. It shall be 100% owned by its investors and purely private. All those wishing to invest in Liberia should cooperate and invest through this corporation with Liberians as their partners. 22. Public and joint venture corporations such as Liberia Electricity Corporation, Liberia Telecommunications Corporation, LPRC, NPA, Liberia Domestic and International Airports, Monrovia Transit Authority, National Housing Authority, National Housing and Savings Bank, Lipsuco, Agricultural Development Bank, National Insurance Corporation, National Social Security and Welfare Corporation, BCADP, NCADP, LCADP, LRDU, Small Rice Seed Holders, Water and Sewer Corporation, LMC, NIOC, BMC, Liminco should all be reactivated as private companies to create jobs for the Liberian people, including those downsized. 23. The legislature should augment the strength of the office of Director General of the Cabinet to perform the role equivalent to that of Prime Minister in order to run the government and report to the President. This will give the President a chance to lobby with the international community for faster development to come to Liberia. All payroll listings, and ladies and gentlemen, sometimes I wonder, small things like the salary checks. People leave Kepamas, almost 600 to 700 miles. They pay $1,500 to come to Monrovia, and they come to collect their salary checks $1,500. And they have to pay their way to go back $1,500. So you're paying $3,000 to come and collect $1,500. What is the rationale? So I'm recommending that all payroll listings, in order to get rid of ghost checks, to get rid of the engrossed corruption at that finance ministry and many other places, I'm recommending the following. All payroll listings should be made monthly from the respective agencies of government and sent to the Ministry of Finance, which should instruct a commercial bank through the central bank to transfer into the employees' bank accounts their salary entitlements. Commercial banks should therefore be decentralized to cover the headquarters of the political subdivisions of the country. Such funds should therefore be deducted from government accounts with the commercial banks. Also, all those that the government owe should be paid through a tripartite payment arrangement with commercial banks through deduction from government accounts with commercial banks. Likewise, all taxpayers should be made to open bank accounts so that commercial banks can deduct all the government taxes from their respective accounts and transfer into government accounts. I tell you something. Up to now, the government of Liberia owe me $3 million Liberian dollars. $3 million Liberian dollars. I had an insurance company I was running, the Job Security Scheme Insurance Corporation. When I left the PRC government, that was in 1982, to be precise, around April. And I will tell you the story because yesterday, my landed brother, Dr. Mpf Air War, appeared here. And this is the reason why I'm explaining this story, because he calls himself a revolutionary. During the time of the PRC government, I was assistant minister at the foreign ministry. Barcos Matthews had policy differences with Dr. Samuel Kanyando, the head of state. And because of those policy differences, he resigned. When he resigned, other people at the foreign ministry thought I would resign also. And I told them, no, why should I resign? Barcos Matthews is Barcos Matthews. This is Jesus Alieu Swaray. What happened between Barcos Matthews and Samuel Kado is between the two of them. So I will not resign because Barcos has resigned. But however, when he resigned, Dr. Mpf Air War was appointed as the foreign minister. In my opinion, it was like a revolutionary has gone and a revolutionary has come. So I thought my brother has come. And Mpf Air War's father and my father are cousins. They are cousins. So I thought that close relationship also descend down between he and myself. But when Dr. Famolo went to the foreign ministry, I went to embrace him. He said, no, we can't work together. So I said, why? He said, you are from a different school of thought. You are a man from PAL. Your man has resigned. I am from Moja. You will have to give me chance so I can also bring my Moja people. This is what he said. It was very much surprising to me because I thought such an erudite man, well-learned, revolutionary, I thought he would have behaved like a revolutionary, but he didn't. He said, we will not work together. And therefore, he went to Samuel Kedo and told him, he said, look, he said, Barcos Matthews has resigned from the foreign ministry. He said, but Alieu Swaray is there. So, if you want me to handle the foreign ministry with free hand, then you have to let him go. Dr. Doe told Famolo, he said, well, you are the foreign minister. If you don't want the man there, you can let him go. So, I was given a letter of dismissal. And the letter, as far as my memory can go, it read, Dear Mr. Swaray, Dear Mr. Swaray, you are hereby relieved of your post as Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs for Administration for administrative reasons. Whatever may have been these administrative reasons, I don't really know. So I decided to go meet the head of state, Samuel Kanyando. I went to the mansion 2 or 3 times. The man who was the deputy minister at the mansion at the time, Mr. Willie Givens, he never gave me chance to see Dr. Doe. I went there 2 times, and my time was being wasted. So I decided, I said, oh man, come on. I said, I'm not one of those who are looking for a job. I'm only in the government in order to help the people. That's all. But I'm not one of those that look for a job. Just take, for example, the last time I served in government was July 1997. When Charles Taylor won the election, I left the mansion. I was the Director General of the Cabinet. I left the mansion. And it's approximately 12 years from that time. But I don't even care. I don't even know if I'm out of job. I don't know. I'm not used to it. I can live on my own. I'm not one of those that when I'm out of government job, then it's like, there are some people, when they are not in government job, oh, it's terrible for them. I can launch my own initiative. So when I left the foreign ministry, that was the time I established the Job Security Scheme Insurance Corporation. You can now see why I named the company Job Security. It was because of what happened at the foreign ministry. I know that there were a lot of other people who were being marginalized that way. This is the reason why I named my company the Job Security Scheme Insurance Corporation. And I ran that company as president for 10 good years. Those who were insured with my company, their funds were being deducted from the government circles, and even they would come for us to pay their claims, yet still the money being deducted was not sent to us. So $3 million remained in there at that finance ministry. We never collected that money. When the IGNU government came into place, Dr. Baranta was the Minister of Finance. We went there. Lucini Kamara, who was Minister of Finance recently, he too used to run his own insurance company. He, myself, and other people, like David Swain and others, we went there and we met with Dr. Barrenta. And Dr. Barrenta outrightly came out and told us that they were not paying any old debts. And that was it. They never paid. So, in view of this, it is good that if you owe the government, let there be a tripartite arrangement at a commercial bank that if you owe the government, they should deduct from your account and transfer in the government's account. And if the government owe you, they should also deduct from the government's account and transfer in your account. Likewise, it is common sense that to get rid of all of this problem, oh, the paycheck, the people have not paid us, and this and that, and all sort of things, why don't the government easily ask through the various agencies of government to make sure that the employees of those agencies open bank accounts at the various commercial banks that that agency will be dealing with, in order that that commercial bank can deduct from the government account and transfer into the bank accounts of the employees. That will be easier way of paying. Then you will have gotten rid of all of the payroll padding and all of the corruption at that finance. You will have gotten rid of it. Because the agency where the person works will never send anybody's name if the person is not there within the employer of the agency. And also, even if they send somebody's name, yet still, it will be difficult because the money is at the bank and it will be transferred into the account of the person. But who is this person? If you are double standard, you have 2-3 checks that you want to chop. When you go, I'm sure they will be able to get you down. You will not be able to get away with it. So this is one of the easiest way that the people of Liberia can easily be paid. So I thought to bring that in. Besides also, when I was Director General of the Cabinet, I realized that most agencies of government were really being marginalized. They could not easily participate in their own progress making. Most of them could not get real good budgets. It is at the Bureau of the Budget where the Director General of the budget will have to agree with you before they can transfer something in your budget. And people keep leaving their offices every day, running behind the Bureau of the Budget Director, running behind the Minister of Finance for funds that have already been approved by legislature. Usually, the whole year will pass and people will not be able to utilize their budgets fully. So, in view of this, I'm recommending that the Ministries of Planning, it is Planning and Economic Affairs, that identify the sources of revenue of the government. And it is the Finance Ministry that collects that revenue. And the Bureau of the Budget, therefore, divides the money, allocates the money into various budgets of the agencies of government. So I'm recommending that the Ministries of Planning, Finance, the Bureau of the Budget, the General Services Agency, the Civil Service Agency should send representatives to all other agencies of government so that ministries and agencies of government can participate in determining the scope of their progress. Without that, if they don't work for progress, do not blame them. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of other people that will be coming to make their presentation. I have been bombarded here several times that I should hurry up and get out of here. So with this, I want to pause and give the commissioners the chance to ask whatever questions that they may want to ask. If I have the answer, I will respond. If I don't have the answer, I will tell you I don't know. I have told you the truth. This is Truth and Reconciliation Commission. What I know about myself, what I know about the role that I played in the Liberian conflict is what I have explained to you. My roles are all positive. My records are clean. I don't even know how to handle guns. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. We want to thank you very much for your presentation, which covered, as you rightly stated, your role, your experiences, which you have dubbed very positive. We also want to say thanks for your patience in waiting to appear, because there were some miscommunication as to the appropriate time for your appearance. We thank you also for highlighting a couple of recommendations which may impact, when accepted by our people, the political, social, and economic situation of our country. So with that, and as you said, commissioners will ask you a couple of questions. And thank you for coming. We start with Commissioner Coleman.
It's a pleasure. Testing.
Get the man with us.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Coleman.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. I would just like to ask about 4 or 5 questions, but I'll try to limit them as possible. First of all, just a quick concern. At any time during this period, 1979 to 2000, did you affiliate yourself with any of the particular fractional groups directly, besides your political involvement?
Associated with any of them.
Fractional groups.
Oh yes.
Like ULIMBO or MPFL or LPC.
Well, I have just told you that at the time I was delivering relief to the people in Western Liberia. I was spotted by the people, and I was selected to serve as political director, and the role basically is advisory.
Okay. Now, can you shed some light to us with regards to what brought about the split in the limbo between the J and the K?
Well, actually, as far as my memory serves me, at the time when Maswell Kaba was serving as political director of ULIMO, and Thomas Zia was the councilman that was selected to represent the Crown ethnic group that was in ULIMO, and also George Due, who was a member of the group. The three were very good friends, and the time was, it was time to go to election to elect who should be chairperson of the Council of State. ULIMO had 2 persons, one Madingo, one Crown. Thomas Zia was the Crown, and Dr. L. Mohammed Sharif was representing the Madingo group in the configuration. And as I told you earlier, Thomas Zia, George Due, and Maswell Kaba said that they would at no time see a Madingo man become head of state of Liberia. So they vote, the Crown vote was sold to the MPFL. And when it was time to vote, they voted in the direction where they sold the vote. And this is how Ulimo lost. Against that background, a meeting was called in Tubmanburg as to why should Thomas Zia, who was a member of Ulimo, vote for a different group other than his group. This sputtered the confusion. And in the process, they were replaced. Zia therefore went to heaven do but did not enter. So he was replaced by another crownman, Dexter Tayo. And I was chosen to replace my brother Maxwell Kaba. So in the process of the changes that took place, we were on our way coming back to Monrovia. It was at the Po River. The conflict started. And then to avoid a bigger confusion, General Dumbuya, who was the chief of staff of the Ulimo forces at the time, decided to give order to disarm those other people that were fomenting problems in the organization. In the process, that is how war erupted. Intra-conflict fighting started between the two groups.
Thank you. So the root cause was the resentment of becoming marginalized as compared to sticking together as a group. And that gradually brought a breakdown of unity between the group.
Exactly.
Thank you. Okay, another concern is, do you know of any relationship between the ECOMOG's presence in Liberia to create peace for MPFL and the creation of the opposition fractional groups that ultimately brought MPFL to a neutral position, like LPC, Ulimbo, etc.? Was there any linkage between that? In other words, did they in any way help to provide that foundation? I don't know. I'd like for you to share with me.
Well, what really happened is that ECOMOG was here to cause for peace to prevail in Liberia. That is the mandate that we're here for. And as I told you earlier, in the Chinese Revolution, Chairman Mao said, to disarm, you need to arm yourself 2 times. The arm that you have to pick up to disarm the person with the other arm, it should be a bigger one. Then the person that has the smaller arm will succumb. So in my perception, while ECOMOG was here, the belligerent group, the intransigent group, was the NPFL. And to compel NPFL to listen and sit and dialogue, it was necessary for ECOMOG to assist other groups that did not have arms. I know that it was not an open transaction, but there were such transactions behind closed doors where arms were filtered to other splinter groups in order to empower them to be able to compel MPFL to listen and sit in dialogue. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. No, that's very clear. Another concern, you mentioned earlier in your presentation that during the time where PAL, or I don't know what it was, during the time of PAL or PPP, was negotiated or discussed with the government, you were met by a delegation from the Union of Liberians in America. to encourage you to continue your negotiations or something with the government. So could you please put a little bit more highlight on that interaction?
Well, as I said earlier, at the time when we had just gone through a midnight demonstration intended to deliver a protest document to the caretaker government, and the police director Vani Dempster and group of police went fired at armless people. The group dispersed in order not to disturb the public peace because it was midnight. And in the process, when we returned, it took about a day or so for the president to return to Monrovia. He was in Nimba County. And this group that I talk about, it was mainly Mr. Charles Taylor served as chairperson of that delegation. Mr. Bai Mbala, who was president of the Union of Liberians in the Americas at the time, was a member of that delegation. Mr. Nyondwe Munokomona was also a member. They approached the PPP leadership that they had met with the government, the leadership of the government, and they had asked them to contact us and discuss with us to negotiate for settlement outside of violence. They came and met with us, and we agreed to sit and discuss. While we were in the discussion, the government, that was double standard, gave order to arm police to arrest all the leadership of the Progressive People's Party. So, in the process, we only understood it from the point that, it was intended to get all of us together in order to run us. They were not really sincere to have political discussions for settlement outside of violence. If this is what you wanted to know, then like to pause.
Do you believe, for any reason, that those who came to do the negotiation may have been more on the side of government or were more revolutionaries in their own minds to help you, and they too were deceived?
Well, I have no reason to believe that they were either on the side of the government or they were on their own side or anybody's side. I saw them, we all saw them as people who were honest and trying to negotiate to bring about settlement outside of violence. This is the reason, in fact, that we agreed to talk to them, because it was not our intention in any way to cause confusion in this country. We have only been political activists intended to pressurize government to listen to the cry of the people. You lead the people. You are the leader of the people. You are not your own leader. So if you are leading people, you should listen to them. Your failure to listen to them, then you are your own man. You're not for us.
Thank you. Next, you mentioned a situation where you said Marcus Matthews, the late Marcus Matthews, was in the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, right? And he resigned over policy differences. And he was replaced then by Dr. Famule. Now, my question to you, do you happen to know what some of those policy differences were? What the key, especially as you were assistant deputy minister at the time, can you just shed some light on some of those policy issues?
Well, to be frank with you, okay, let me just make a correction there. I was not deputy minister. I was assistant minister of foreign affairs for administration. And some of the policy differences, as Mr. Matthews explained to me, is that our will just generalize it, because Mr. Samia Kayando at the time, the Master Sergeant Samia Kayando at the time, who was not very much knowledgeable in governance.
In what? Sorry.
In governance.
Okay.
Mr. Matthews, as the foreign minister at the time, saw himself as someone who should really guide the young or military leader, so that those ugly things that people will not expect to happen here can at least be curtailed. And he told me that the Master Sergeant was not listening. And by his staying in the government, he said it will show, because he was one of the major ministers. At the time, I attended no cabinet meeting because I was not a cabinet minister. But he told me that he saw the man as somebody that he should advise in order to make the sanity to prevail here in Liberia. He said, but the young man was not listening. So instead of he remain in there and he be blamed in the future, it would be good that he should leave. This is what he told me. He did not go into specific policy differences.
Okay, thank you very much. What time was that? Do you remember when he resigned? Was that 81, 82, 83? Or?
I think that was around 1981.
So about a year after.
Yes. At about 81, if my memory serves me.
Okay, my last question is, you mentioned about a dialogue meeting that was held between MPFL and AFL after this much fighting took place. These two groups got together, and you talked about representatives like Charles Taylor, Monrovia, and Francis Galloway, and also on the AFL side, Mr. Bowen, and also Mr. Gould. Now, do you happen to iterate for us succinctly the key issues that were brought forth for discussion, and how did that negotiation go? Did it break down? Was it continuous? And was there any reason to believe that one party was unreasonable? You know, like this. Just give us your opinion of that whole issue. Because later on we heard it broke down again, so we was concerned.
Okay, thank you very much. The main issue was our West African brothers that came to our rescue in Liberia to bring about peace were complaining that the war had lasted for too long. They were not expecting for this war to have lasted that long. And their economies were being depleted. They were spending much money on the war here. And that it was about time that we consider to see how we can agree with each other to put into place a government that can handle affairs here in Liberia. I remember we met that night at about 1:30 to 2 in one of the castles of former President Jerry Rawlings in Akosombo. And as I said, Francis Galloway, being a lawyer, he was one of those representing the NPFL along with Mr. Charles Taylor and Momodu Salif. And as I said also, General J. Hezekiah Bowen and Councillor Theophilus Gould were representing the AFL. I told you earlier, I was playing the political advisory role. And Alhaji Krumah, myself, and his late elder brother, Lansana Krumah, we represented Ulimo at that meeting. So the main issue was to chart the course forward in order to put into place and get rid of all of this fighting, in order West African brothers can withdraw and save their face. So, at the meeting, we all felt that AFL, being the army of the nation, and General Hezekiah Bowen, being the chief of staff, should chair the council so that we can put into place a government that will continue to put the rest of the pieces into place. So, at that meeting, we discussed, and the two groups, ULIMO and NPFL, agreed that General Hezekiah Bowen should serve as the chairperson of the Council of State, and the two leaders from NPFL and ULIMO serve as vice chairpersons each, with the view that power be stabilized for us to chart a new course. But as I told you, this plan to overthrow had already been put into place by the Crown people, which you saw it happening later on when General Charles Judu at the time went to the mansion. He said he has taken over. So even though we told General Hezekiah Bowen to become the chairperson of the council, he consulted his people for 3 days. He could not convince them, and he could not therefore agree to become the chairperson, because they told him, if you agree to be the chairperson, then you are the one who will come to overthrow and kill you. This is the reason why I suppose General Bowen did not agree to become the chairperson of the council. So since that did not work, again, the only time that Bowen agreed, it was after 3 days after we had already changed our mind and forgot about him. Then he came, at that time he convinced his people, and they agreed that where he should now be. And then we said, no, we forgot about you. We don't want you no more. Then again, we decided to go into another meeting to still find solution, because our West African brothers were tired, and we needed to save their face, because they came to intercede on behalf of us, their brothers. And for them to fail in the exercise, it was a slap in the face. That would have been like a slap in the face. So we all were trying very hard to make sure that they can be successful in their endeavor in bringing peace to Liberia. So we again went to Accra. We left Akusombo. We went to Accra to see if we can find the way out. Again, NPFL and ULIMO decided to meet first, and we left Hezekiah Bowen and his group out. I remember when we met in one of the conference rooms in Accra at the conference center, General Alhaji G.V. Nkrumah addressed the floor. Charles Taylor also addressed the floor. Each one of them was kind of trying to appeal to the other for support. And I, being the political advisor, I saw that we were wasting our own time in futility, because Charles Taylor will never agree for Alhaji Nkrumah to become the chairperson of the Council of State, and while he sits as a second person. Likewise, Alhaji Nkrumah also will not accept Charles Taylor to become the chairperson. So after they addressed the floor, I raised my hand up and they recognized me. Those that were at the meeting were most of the principal persons, from the two organizations on the political side. John T. Richardson was there. Salif was there, Francis Kalawulu was there, and most of our own people also were there. And I raised my hand up. I told them, I said, well, look, you two gentlemen should not waste our time here. We have come to find a way out. But you know very well, you Chastera, you will not agree for Alhaji Nkrumah to become the chairperson and you be vice chairperson. Likewise, Alhaji Nkrumah will not allow you to be the chairperson and he be vice chairperson. So please don't waste our time. What I suggest...
So I want to, in the previous negotiation, did all two of you agree for AFL?
Yes. So I brought in the suggestion. I said, well, already the two of you have appointed Omer Tambatela to form part of the Council of State. So why don't the two of you rally around him for him to become the chairperson and the two of you serve as vice chairpersons each so that we don't waste our time here. So when I brought the suggestion on the floor, they all agreed. And this is how we were able to leave from the conference hall that day without wasting much time. When we got on the floor outside, the AFL and the Crown Group were worried because while we were in the room, we told each other. Nobody revealed anything to them. When we go outside, we only embrace each other.
Excuse me, at that time, was that the joint illegal or was it just the team? That's another question. I want to fix the mic, please.
Okay, your question is whether at the time the two Ulimos were together.
Yes, that's clarity.
At the time, already there was this intra-conflict fighting.
Okay.
The Ulimo, headed by Roosevelt Johnson, was not part of that decision.
Okay.
They were kind of siding with their Crown ethnic group. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. You can go ahead with the rest. Oh, so you had concluded, was that, so that means that whole process then concluded with the two of you accepting Tambatela, but then you're left out the Crown alternative. So what happened there? Did they accept that?
So as we came out, as I told you, we all embraced each other on the floor, and the AFL was kind of worried as to what had transpired. And we all decided in there that we're not going to tell them because we wanted Hezekiah Bowen to become the chairperson and they could not allow him. So we're therefore finding a way out. And this is how, if you ever heard that Omer Tambatela was to have become the chairperson of the Council of State. Unfortunately, he didn't become because some people on the ground, because of his, do I say illiteracy, that he was not allowed to become the chairperson of the Council of State. So this is where that the negotiation ended at that point. Again, in order to still find a solution to the problem, another meeting was called in Accra. At that meeting, I did not attend, but I was in constant touch with my leader at the time. And again, Mrs. Ruth Perry was selected to chair the Council of State, and it was unanimously accepted by all the groups. I hope this is the end of that.
So thank you. So in that final Ruth Perry scenario, at the third stage, all groups, you say AFL, the Crown, ULIMBO, JK, everybody accepted, right?
Everybody accepted.
Were they all represented on the council?
Yes, I would say, because I told you earlier that within the configuration of ULIMO, there were two big groups, the Crown ethnic group and the Madingo ethnic group.
Okay.
Thomas Zia, as I told you, through whom the intra-conflict fighting started, was replaced by Dexter Tayo, who himself was a Crown. And also, Dr. L. Mohammed Sharif was the Madingo faction representative. So all groups were represented.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swaray, and again, I would like to say welcome. Now, you mentioned earlier about your membership in PAL and the Progressive People's Party, suggesting, of course, that you listed even the initial officers that were elected to serve in PAL and the Progressive People's Party. You went further to state that the resignation of Bacchus Matthews from the Foreign Ministry was due to policy differences between himself and Doe. And I will take it that both you and Matthews had shared common ground on policy issues. So I would like to ask that why is it that you maintain that Bacchus resigned from the Foreign Ministry on policy, over differences on policy issues, and you did not resign because you said Bacchus was Bacchus and you were you? So I come back to the question, was it an issue of personal differences between Doe and Bacchus that caused Bacchus to resign? Or as you said, policy differences, how come you did not share you did not share a common belief in those policies over which Bacchus would have resigned from the governor of Doe, and you chose instead to remain, to serve on?
Okay, thank you very much. In the first place, let me come in to let you know that Bacchus Matthews and myself and the rest of the people who were members of the Progressive People's Party, who were in the hierarchy of the Progressive People's Party, were not selected to serve in the PRC government as a party. We did not go in there representing our party. So if there were policy differences that arose between Bacchus Matthews and Samuel Kayando, it was not on the basis of the party decision.
But what would you say were those policy differences?
I told you earlier, I told the commissioner out there next to you that Mr. Matthews clearly told me that, look, this young man, head of state, who was not much more knowledgeable in governance, happened to have inherited the government of Liberia. And he needed to be advised by people who were much more knowledgeable in governance. And he was not listening. He tried to advise the gentleman, but he could not listen. And in order that people don't blame him as being somebody experienced and serving in one of the senior cabinet positions, he decided to leave so that the people of Liberia cannot blame him tomorrow for whatever blunders that the PRC government may have made.
I'm asking whether the advice that Matthews was given to Doe on policy issues, did you not share a common platform on those policy issues? Did you not share a common belief in advice that was being given to the PRC, or it was just a solo thing by a solo effort by Bacchus Matthews, or the advice he was giving was rooted in a belief system that, yes, we have some experience in governance, we have some ideas about governance, as opposed to those who had probably no idea of governance, that this was the way to go. So did you not share a common belief in those kind of advices that were being given to Doe, such that Bacchus will fall out with Doe on those policy issues, and yet you seem not to have been affected by such?
Well, look, let me tell you, Commissioner, at the Foreign Ministry, decisions regarding the policy matters were being decided by the senior staff of the Foreign Ministry. And we had the senior staff meetings. At such meetings, we discussed and reached consensus on matters before the Foreign Minister went to advise the head of state. But whatever the very particular policy differences were that made Bacchus Matthews to resign from the government, they were only generalized to me. He said, and I quote, "The young man is not very knowledgeable in governance, and he is not willing to take advices. Therefore, in order for me not to be blamed by the people of Liberia for most of the errors that he may make, it is better that I resign." This is the general statement that Mr. Matthews told me. But regarding policy issues relative to the Foreign Ministry, as I told you, the senior staff of the ministry usually discuss them. But Matthews was not open to me to tell me that these were the specific issues that he and Samuel Doe differed. So on that background, I had no reason to just blindly support, because my chairperson of the party is leaving. We all were not in there because of party. We were there because the PRC overthrew the government, and they decided to be magnanimous to us, and they invited us in the government, knowing that we have suffered a lot, and that they wanted to also maybe save their own face to show that they were kind of being magnanimous to us. But indeed, whatever happened in those days, we were not in line with it. We did not plan coup. Therefore, we were only called in. And this is our country. If coup occur, and people that were not very much knowledgeable in governance inherited the government, if we had refused to come in to assist, whatever would have happened, we all would have suffered it. So we came in to see what we can do to help bring the situation to sanity. This is the reason why we're in there.
All right. Going back to earlier statements you made, you mentioned that there were former opposition politicians who took Taylor to Libya and introduced him to Gaddafi. And those officials, or former officials, should be held responsible for the outcomes that we experienced during the civil conflict. Can you say who those former officials you have reference to? Who they are or who they were?
Well, let me say here squarely.
Or former, you say opposition politicians. Can you say who those opposition politicians were or are?
Well, I will cite a name to you, and then you can ask that person to give the rest of the people What I do know is that on several occasions, while Charles Taylor was leading the rebellion, while he was in Nimba County at the various or military bases, I remember I saw Mrs. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in her complete military uniform, visited those military bases. I don't know what she was doing there.
And where were you at the time?
But we all have heard as rumor.
No, I said, where were you at the time you saw?
Well, I was behind the line at certain time, and certain time I came on their side.
Well, we didn't know because he didn't explain that earlier.
So, I remember, I vividly saw her in her military uniform, and she and Charles Taylor were at the various military bases. So I will suggest to you that you find out from her if she was in any way linked, if she is one of those.
Well, it's very important that you have underscored this point.
Chairman, let's have it quiet, please. Please give the process the chance.
Now, it's very important that you have underscored this point, because nowhere in your presentation, either in your written presentation or in your oral presentation, did you make mention of the fact that you were behind the lines. So we would like to know what was your experience behind the lines. Where were you and what was the experience like?
Okay, very well. Well, let me come in. As I told you from the beginning.
And what year were you behind the lines?
At the time that I was here, I told you I never left the country.
Yes.
I did not go anywhere. I was here, and before even we started the relief work here in Monrovia, when the IMPFL group came to Monrovia, it was horrible, and we all ran through Fender area, and that was the time that I went behind the line on that side, and I went as far as Nimba County. I was trying to find a way, if I can cross into Ivory Coast, to be able to come back here, because I did not know that it was so horrible on that side. I was looking for refuge, place where I can be safe. This is what carried me there. But when I got there, I saw horrible things. And because of that, I also had the advantage to visit some of these bases that were there. And there were occasions where I said, the landed lady in her military outfit visited the places. The rest, I think, you can find out from her, because at one time I remember that when you invited her here, she said she was writing her book, and when that book is complete, it will be released for the public to read. That book has not been released yet, but I will advise you, Commissioner, to please find out from her what really was she doing there.
Yes, but you have said you were there, so I'm asking you specifically, what time you were there?
Audience, please.
Where did you see her? How did you get access as a top official of PPP, whose leadership was targeted by the MPFL? As you have said now, you were there. Can you cite when you were there? Because we're trying to establish a record. Can you say when you were there, which military bases you were at, that did you visit? And as a top official of the Progressive People's Party, how is it that you were not targeted, you were not arrested, you were not detained, you were not bothered? And to get in such close proximity to the center of action, without being recruited, forcibly recruited, without being bothered, without being arrested or harmed or anything. Can you throw some light on that?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Please let me correct you. I don't think that the hierarchy of PPP was a target to the MPFL. We had no real problem with the MPFL.
So there was no difference in ideological outlook between the PPP and the MPFL?
Well, if there were differences between the PPP and the MPFL, those differences are best known to the two groups. But that does not mean that we were antagonists to each other.
So you were one and the same in other words?
So what I'm saying is that we had no business to do with the MPFL, but as I told you, when the IMPFL separated itself from the MPFL, it came to Monrovia, and the horrendous sites that we saw around here made some of us to seek refuge. And I was one of those that went beyond the line. I found out and I found my way to go to Greater Liberia. I was finding a way to see if I could cross to Ivory Coast in order to maybe find a safe place. But in the process, as you know, usually when Mrs. Salif or Charles Taylor were out there, it was a public thing. They were out there at times parading the streets, and they were even at the bases. And we even heard also that she was kind of part of it. And I don't know what she was doing in the military uniform, visiting Charles Taylor at that time, and nothing happened to her. That in itself showed that well, some way, somehow, she was linked. But she is the best person that can clarify that point. I will advise, Commissioner, that you ask her. She will clarify it.
She will have a day, and you can rest assured those questions will be asked. But we are asking you now, because you were there. When were you there? What month? What time? So we can, because we are trying to record accurate history. So can you tell us when you were there? And you said the basis. Which military base you saw at? Let's be specific.
Well,
Mr.
told
Witness,
you earlier.
Mr. Witness,
Yes.
just a minute, let me talk to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to say something about this process. This is not an intellectual discourse. Your role as participant is to understand and follow it, and if possible, make your contribution by getting to any of us here or the commission. And part of that is to be quiet, listen, and follow, but not to interrupt and to disturb. The witness understand, and every witness who comes here, no matter your opinion or your impression of them, you have to respect them. And you have to respect us too and the process. We beg you, things will be said, sometimes we laugh, we quiet down. We have emotions, but we have to control it. You cannot bring a debate here while a witness understand and we are asking them. You want to debate, 2, 4, 5 of us can walk outside and we debate. Better still, let's wait. After the session, we can continue the debate. We beg your indulgence. If your emotions flare, let it be for a second. Let it be quietly as possible, not to interfere with the process. We as commissioners can decide to hold the hearings in private, much to your displeasure and much to our displeasure and the objectives of the TRC. But we chose to make it public so that you can participate in a meaningful and contributive way. So we beg you, we beg your indulgence. We don't want to expel people. We don't want to close the session down abruptly because people are disturbing. So we hold your feet. Please be quiet, listen, and follow. That's the most in terms of contribution you can do now. Please.
Yeah, Mr. Witness.
Yes, I think I understand your
question. I hope you appreciate the significance of getting a clear understanding of what we are. 2 or 3 days earlier, since we started these hearings, we have had two individuals of the UPP, former PPP and PAL, have come here. And we know, for example, that the Secretary General of UPP, then PPP, was languishing in the forest of Sino in hiding from the MPFL for many years, from the advent of the MPFL until about 95, 96. Bacchus Matthews, to the best of my recollection, never went behind the lines. The other UPP, NPP officials who were all here in Monrovia and who had openly expressed fears of being behind the line and behind the MPFL lines. And you were a high-profile person of the UPP, of the PPP. So having got in such proximity to the center of action, because at the time, what we know of as public knowledge is that it was in the very early days of the MPFL entry into Liberia when Mrs. Sirleaf is reported to have gone behind the lines. 1990, for example, I was a Red Cross worker. Pardon? No, there's no defense. I just want for you to please state clearly the dates and times so that we can have it for our record. The time you were behind the lines, the particular base you were at, and probably just provide us some explanation. How come you were not touched as a high-profile person of the NPP? Of the PPP and the UPP.
Okay, thank you very much. I told you earlier that the PPP and the NPFL are two separate and distinct institutions. We have had no link whatsoever, and NPFL had its own policies. We as a political group also had our own policies.
So which month did you go behind the lines?
But as I told you, Commissioner, as I told you, when the IMPFL entered Monrovia.
What month was this?
Well, to be frank, my memory cannot serve me well to tell you exact dates.
What year was this?
It was 1990, of course. So
it was between which months? Since you don't remember the exact month, but between which months?
Well, to be frank, with the trauma on us at the time, I cannot just tell you exact date. I don't remember. But I do know, of course, I was here when the IMPFL entered Monrovia.
How long did you stay behind the lines, MPFL lines?
Well, when I went beyond the MPFL line, it was mainly for my safety. And when we went, it was like we were just somewhere around Fendel.
I said, how long did you stay behind the MPFL lines?
Well, I didn't really stay there long because I was only trying to find a route to find my way out.
Can we put a time framework? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months?
Well, I can say roughly it was not more than 2 months.
And when did you return to Monrovia from behind the lines?
Well, I told you it was not more than 2 months. So obviously, I found my way back here because I saw the conditions I saw there was appalling, and I could not find myself in that kind of condition. So I found myself back here. But I went as far as Nimba County. I want you to know that. So
you don't remember when you came back?
I told you 2 months. So if I said...
Was Ecomo here at the time when you came back? Or
yes, Ecomo was here when I came back.
When you came back, had President Doe been killed at the time before you came back or after you came back?
When I came back, it did not take long. Then I remember on September 9, because I was somewhere down water side, when I heard that President Doe has been captured and taken to the Prince Johnson base.
Okay, let's just move on. Now, as a ranking official of the PPP, UPP, so to speak, because the UPP was the UPP by the time of the war. You had already been registered, I suppose. Please correct me if I'm mistaken. Well, it was already the Progressive People's Party.
Excuse me, let me correct you. I was a high-profile member of the PPP. The UPP time, Bacchus Matthews invited me so that we can do the work. But I was already doing business. So I was only a sympathizer.
You're only a sympathizer then?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as a member of the PPP, how would you reconcile your acceptance to serve in Ulimo and armed faction with no defined ideology, and you are a member of a revolutionary party? How can you reconcile yourself to accepting a position, a top position in Ulimo, in an organization that believes in the supremacy of the gun, as opposed to membership in a body in an organization that believed in the supremacy of the ballot? How do you reconcile that?
Okay, firstly, as you are very well aware, Commissioner, when the PRC government came into office, the first thing they did, they banned all political activities. So at the time, the PPP itself was banned. So we were not engaged in active political work on the level of the party. And each person only served in government for a time, and we took our exit. So, just in time, when the war erupted in Liberia here, and we saw the hungry masses of the people actually going through a whole lot of suffering, we decided to play some other role, humanitarian role. And it was where I found myself being a relief officer. It was because of the relief work I was doing in Western Liberia that made me to go there at that time. And the group that control, the armed group that control an area, if at all you want to be seen in the area to continue whatever work that you want to do there, then of course you cannot be the one to deny them, or else they will know what they can do with you. Besides that, we saw war in Liberia, and we all wanted for peace to return to Liberia. And I felt that I could play a role, a positive role, to make sure that I gave the requisite advices that will make sure that peace return to Liberia. So I would not turn down such a job. I agreed with the view that I be part of the solution. This is the reason why I accepted the job.
Thank you. Now, given what you said, that you accepted to serve, well, you said that you were behind the lines, you had no choice. But I suppose that you didn't stay indefinitely in Tabanberg in Western Liberia, came back to Monrovia. My question is, having served as political advisor all the way up to 95, 96, even though you didn't state exactly when you accepted to serve, but I take it that it was before 94, or it was before the split of Ulimo. Whatever the case is, were you aware of the implications of serving as a top official in a warring faction? At the time you accepted such an appointment, were you aware of the implications?
Whatever may be the implication, it depends on the interpretation that people gave to it. But I think the role I played as political advisor, the role I played resulted positively. This is the reason why you have peace here.
Thank you. Now, but given what you said, and given the fact that so many witnesses have appeared before this commission since we began public hearings, attesting to the horrendous atrocities that were committed by the various warring factions, including Ulimo, would you accept shared responsibility for those atrocities that were committed if we want to place blame at the feet of Ulimo, for example, for committing atrocities, would you accept responsibility or shared responsibility for the atrocities that Ulimo committed, or would you distance yourself from that?
I will accept no responsibilities. The reason being that the role that I played as a person were all positive roles.
How can we establish that?
I did not advise for atrocities to be committed. I played the role of peace to make sure that peace returned to Liberia, to make sure that the belligerent and the intransigent group be compelled to listen, to sit in dialogue. The best way forward is to dialogue, and this is what we finally achieved. And in the process, I told you earlier that the positive advices I gave the Ulimo leader, for example, in Rawasport, the intra-conflict fighting that was going there, we advised that he should tell the boys that even if the Crown ethnic group shoot at them, they should not respond. And because of that, when they saw no response in shooting back, the Crown ethnic group also dropped their arms.
How about advice on the extrajudicial killing of innocent people? What, if you were, then as you were you not aware that atrocities were being committed? And if you were, did you advise on the commission of these atrocities, or did you provide any kind of guidance in any way to those fighters who are on the field committing such atrocities?
Well, the role I played, I was only linked with the political group. Alhaji Nkrumah was the head of both the political and the military wing. And my role was to give the political advice, the necessary political advice. And I remember, I played my role to make sure that whatever that should be done should only be positive, to make sure that peace returned to Liberia. And if there were atrocities, as you talk about, I know not of them, because I was not actively engaged at the battlefront.
Okay, if we should move on. You mentioned that the late General Iniega, who was ECOMOG force commander, at some point mentioned or indicated that money had changed hands concerning the allocation of power in Liberia. Can you say who you suspect or who you believe such money went to, and who was the person responsible, or who were those responsible for dishing out such money to ensure that power was secured for a particular group?
Well, what I know is that I vividly heard General Inianga, because I was there when General Hezekiah Bowen went there breathing as if he was going out of breath. You see? And Inianga laughed. He said, Hezekiah, why are you laughing? Why are you breathing like this, as if you don't know? He said, was it not your group through Dexter Tayo that came to say that you people have made arrangement to take over? This is what I know. It was a statement made by General Inianga.
So you didn't make any mention of money?
Well,
I thought I heard.
Whatever was the money, I don't know how much was it or what was it, but this was a statement. And out of this statement, we got to know that where something happened.
So the fact that ECOMOG stood by and allowed the warring factions to take over Monrovia in 1996, from what you're saying, can we draw any inference that General Iniega may have taken money and subsequently acquiesced to the warring factions taking over Monrovia, as we saw in 1996?
I would suggest that you ask Inyanga.
Well, Inyanga is no longer alive and you are here. So I'm just asking whether would you believe that the takeover of Monrovia by the warring factions without opposition from ECOMOG in 1996, would you believe that such was influenced by the passage of money from whatever source?
Well, if this was the case, I can't say, because I was not part of ECOMOG. I was not an ECOMOG soldier. I was not even in the high profile, and I was only representing my group. So, but because of the statement he made, this made us to believe that something went on. But whatever went on, they are the best people that can answer. I can't speak for them.
Now, my final question to you. You mentioned earlier, and probably, as I understood it, providing justification for going to the mansion at midnight to deliver, this was in 1979, to deliver a protest note to the government, as you said, to the government in charge. But may I ask, as you mentioned that E. Reginald Townsend was, somebody mentioned, one of your colleagues mentioned that E. Reginald Townsend was in charge of government at the time, the former Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, the late, was executed. Where was he at the time? Who was the senior most government official at the mansion at the time?
At the time we were taking a protest document, President Talbot was paying visit to Nimba County. And the late Honorable E. Reginald Townsend was in charge of the government at the time. He was the acting president.
Was he awaiting you at the mansion, or was he present at the mansion?
Well, we don't know. We suppose that if he was the caretaker, he should be there waiting for whatever, to serve the nation.
Now, if this was at midnight, why would one assume that when government offices close at 4, latest 5, why would one assume that the acting president or the Minister of State would be at the mansion conducting business, official business at midnight, when all other business institutions, including stores and government offices, were all closed?
Well, look, if you are in charge of the government, the only place that we think that you're supposed to be to take charge of the government is at the mansion. So, we went there with a view, even if he were not there at the time, they would have called him to come. And the nation that goes to sleep is a nation that is doomed.
So can you say now, on reflection, that such an action was prudent, reckless, infantile, or well calculated?
Well, I wouldn't say it was infantile or imprudent. What was the whole thing is that I think you can remember I said earlier that the language and demonstrations that the political party, the PPP, demonstrated at the time was not very well understood by the government. What really we were saying by that midnight presentation is that the government should be careful, because we did not want to have a situation on hand where we all will not be able to control and be at the detriment of people. So the selection of a midnight presentation, that was one of the main issues that we wanted to let Honorable E. Reginald Townsend to know, and to make the government to know. But in fact, we were not even given the chance, as I told you. These were armless people. And as we approached the Ministry of Information, the armed police, led by the former police director, Vanny Dempster, came and fired at the crowd and dispersed the crowd. So, in order not to disturb the public peace, we simply returned.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
1 2 3  4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 1
for coming to do your presentation to us today, and for even agreeing to share some of your experiences you had during the period 1979 to 2003. In your presentation to us, your written document to us, you stated 3 cases which you say influence some of the things that happen in this country. You talk about David Coleman and his son death in cold blood. You also talk about G12 fleeing from here into SR when he died. And then finally, you talk about his family being jailed because he tried to, I think, do a coup or something on the government. I just want you to kindly explain each one of those to us so that at least we get an idea as to what was really taking place. How were they killed? What happened? Why did he flee? And and why was he put into jail? So could you please explain some of these things so that we get a better idea as to what happened during that period?
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. Firstly, I will begin with the David Coleman issue. In Liberia in those days, of course, in those days, most of us were very young people who did not know much about what was even happening around here. But whatever we try to explain, our experiences that we are being told by people who were eyewitnesses of some of these things that happen around here. Some of the issues that we have been alerted on is that Mr. David Coleman was a high-profile politician in those days. With a lot of support from within the Truic Party. And at the time when President Barclay was president of Liberia, in fact, even in the past, in other administrations back, it has been the policy, it was the policy that if somebody serves as president for a term, whether you do well or not, when your term expires, you should step aside for someone else to also contest and replace you. And if in the future you intend to come back, then of course you can contest. If you win, then you can be. So during the time of President Barclay, he felt that he will make a comeback. So therefore, he really wanted to confide in someone that he can work through, so that when the time comes, he can still make a comeback. But the condition at the time that he wanted for this person to accept was to marry his niece. And this rumor was in town in those days, that, well, President Barclay will support whoever that marries his niece in order for that person to succeed him. So this rumor, and actually the person that President Barclay was expecting was the Secretary of State, late Honorable Gabriel Dennis. But Honorable Dennis was not the kind of person who would easily accept something like that. And he felt that there may have been some ulterior motive for President Barclay wishing that somebody should marry his niece before he can support that person to succeed him. So, Robert Gabriel Dennis did not accept that offer. And he was a proud man to accept such a condition just because he wants to be president of Liberia. So, the matter lingered about for some time. And President Tubman, late President Tubman, at the time, he was Associate Justice, and he only used to come when the court was sitting. He goes back to Kepamas, and he was a crowd of boy. He used to rock shoulder with his crowd of boys. They would go to the bar and drink, because that was the place that information used to circulate. So it happened that he came from Kepamas and went to the bar as usual to see his crowd of boys. And when he got there, he was a jovial man. He would offer his friends. And while drinking, then this information filtered on the floor. He said, oh, for true? It's about who is a woman? Where is she? So the friends identified the woman. So he managed his way and lobbied around the woman. And he said he wanted to marry the woman. So this woman went and told her uncle, President Barclay, said, well, that Kepamas boy said he wanted to marry me. And Barclay said, well, if that is the case, then so be it. So in the process, President Tubman married to the lady, and President Barclay gave his support to President Tubman. In the process, when Mr. David Coleman heard that President Barclay was supporting Tubman, he differed. He refused. He said, no, that will not be. But however, Barclay was the president, and the process went through. And President Tubman became the president of Liberia. In the process, there were many ways to get rid of opposition. People that people thought were not in line with them. So, one of these orchestrated plans, they call a banquet, at which time somebody was planted to fire a bullet in the air, as if they're trying to shoot Tubman. In the process, when Tubman heard the bullet, he came outside. He said, well, okay, if it is for this power, then kill me. In the process, it was a plan. And then, the following day, all of them dispersed, and then they went home, and then an arrest order was sent to arrest the perpetrators of the incident. Because the insider who fired the bullet, he was arrested because it was all a plan to disclose the names of those who were behind the incident. And then they showed David Coleman. Of course, it was all planned. And therefore, an arrest order was sent to arrest Mr. David Coleman. A police officer and another security man who was mainly an American, some kind of Americo-Liberian, went to arrest Coleman. And Coleman said, okay. When he read the arrest order, he said, well, okay, hold on. Let me dress better and come so we can go. So he went in his room and brought his pistol. The Americo-Liberian fellow was smart enough. He took cover when Coleman went inside. But when he came, he fired the policeman, and that policeman died, and the other man escaped. And this is how David Coleman left the area and decided to escape to go to Sierra Leone. He did not go anywhere far because he and his son, the son said he wouldn't leave his father. Wherever his father dies, there where he would die. So they traveled by night until they reached to a man that David Coleman had almost adopted to be like a foster person, a foster son. And this man was also even called David Coleman. So he narrated to the man. He said, well, we have traveled all this night, but we are hungry. We are not eating all night. So we want you to help us prepare something so we can at least have something to eat. So the man who was to have been the foster son of Mr. Coleman said, oh, okay, then please have a seat and let me see what I can prepare. So he set the pot on the fire and started doing something as if he was trying to do the cooking. In the process, he asked that he was going to get some more things to come and add. And when he left, he came straight to Monrovia and informed the government that David Coleman was there with him. He got him there. So the people sent, the government sent security forces, and they went and rounded up Mr. David Coleman and his son, tied them, and brought them right here at the old executive mansion on Ashmont Street. And then Tubman came down and told David Coleman, he said, Coleman, he said, you said you don't agree for me to be the president, but here you are. I'm the only one can free you now. So what I would suggest, except you kiss my feet, then I will free you. And David Coleman was a very proud man too. He couldn't do that. He refused. There and then, Tubman said, I don't want to see him. And he went upstairs. So David Coleman and his son were taken to the same BTC barracks here. There where they were executed. So this is the reason why I said he did not die in a gunfire exchange, as it was reported later that he and his son died in a gunshot exchange in a sugarcane plantation. That is the issue concerning Mr. David Coleman. Most of these things here, I told you, some of us were very small people. We were only told some of these stories that had transpired around here. And of course, you need to learn. You need to learn more in order to deal with the situation that you find yourselves in. Regarding the one concerning Mr. D12. D12 was the leader of the Reformation Party in those days, in the 50s. And this was the opposition party. All they were after was to also participate in the political process in Liberia. But as I said earlier, the Truic Party-led governments did not handle opposition lightly. The Truic Party-led governments did not handle oppositions lightly. At some of the time, I learned from those who were eyewitnesses in Monrovia, said that the Truic Party government sent security forces and they cracked down on the Reformation Party. Some were killed, some were injured, and this is how the leader, Mr. D-Tour, escaped and fled to Freetown, Sierra Leone in exile, where he remained until his death. Regarding the one concerning the late Honorable H. Boima Fambula Sr., he was ambassador in Kenya.
Excuse me?
Yes.
I think you can disregard that.
Okay.
We had enough time on yesterday.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You also talk about some of the former detained officials of the Tory party that were put into jail when the PRC took over. In your statement, you said these advisors were incorporated into the PRC, but they gave bad advices to the PRC, which brought about problems. Could you please name some of these people who were from that old government that were incorporated into the PRC?
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. I think I will give you two main persons. One of such persons was the late Honorable Kekura Puto. Also, the late Honorable John G. Ramsey. He was very close to the Master Sergeant at the time. There were many others, but I can't really recollect all. But some of them were released gradually. And as a way of compromise, some of them were appointed as advisors in various capacities to some of the military rulers at the time.
Okay, and then the one concerning General Thomas Kuompa. He also met with some prominent Liberians and opposition politicians in the states. Can you also please name some of those people that he met with?
Well, if I were to suppose, I told you earlier that in fact it was widely expected in Liberia that the Liberia Action Party won the elections. But because the former chairman of the Elections Commission, Mr. Mpf Hammond, feared that something would have happened to him if he had not declared Samuel Doe as the winner. He said Samuel Doe won the elections. So most of those who were really aggrieved at the time were those who were supposedly the winners of the election, the actual winners of the election. So some of them fled from here and they went to America, and I told you that General Thomas Kuompa, the relation between him and the former head of state Samuel Doe also became sour. And Bishop Michael Francis advised Thomas Kuompa in order for us not to have a chaotic situation in Monrovia to leave and go to America. It is where he was when he got in touch with some of these people who were the actual winners of the election. So the pieces, we can put it back together.
Thank you. Okay. You talk about going to the west part of Liberia with your NGO to share food. When you got there, how was the condition there?
When I went to Western Liberia to divide food, the condition we met there is that, firstly, people in that part of Liberia, most of them are Muslims, especially Cape Mount. We met that most of the people were not praying the regular Juma prayers. And when we tried to inquire why, some of them said, well, during the time of the NPFL, when they occupied this area, they stopped all Muslims from performing prayers. If they saw anybody praying, they would kill you. So from that time, we ourselves have not been praying here our regular Juma prayers. That is one condition I met there. During the time of the Ulimo occupation of the area, when we got to Tieni, for example, the commander of the Ulimo commander that was based in Tieni was one Patrick, anyway, the war name was Tufo. It was General Tufo. And it meant 24 hours he was alert. When we went there, we met Tufo, and the citizens were always dancing, making merriment. People were comfortable with them. There was no threat there. People were busy going about their normal businesses. You see, except areas where the fighters were at a rear war front. But normally, most of the other areas that they occupied, that no fighting was going on there, people were busy doing their normal things there. That was the observation we made.
Okay. Your organization was named I think the United Islamic something. What was the name of your organization?
Well, the name is LIURD, Liberia Islamic Union for Reconstruction and Development.
So were you catering only to the Muslim or to everybody on our side?
We were catering to all the hungry masses of the people, whether you were Muslim or you were non-Muslim. The idea was those that needed relief, we supplied them relief, Muslim or non-Muslim.
You got absorbed into Ulimo-K on that side. When you got to the west, how long did it take you before you got in touch with Ulimo-K to be absorbed into it?
Well, when I was there, I remember we divided the relief items, I think about 3 times in the areas. 3 consignments were delivered and distributed. And it was at that time I was called upon. Firstly, the group said they had something called Ulimo Relief Commission. They created a Ulimo Relief Commission. They wanted to take over the relief work to be under the name of the fighting force. And they appointed me to serve as director, as executive director of that group. I was already heading the Liberia Islamic Union for Reconstruction and Development, and as director general. So I could not have occupied the 2 positions at the same time and be effective. But being that they too were concerned with relief, and they created a commission called Ulimo Relief Commission, and they wanted so we can deliver relief to the people, I had no objection to that. As long as it was to relieve the people of the suffering they were going through, I accepted it. It was at that point that I asked my deputy, Mr. Lume, to take over from me from the LIURD so that I can head the Ulimo Relief Commission. And that was the job with a view that if we had refused to do it, then maybe we don't know what would have happened. So we accepted the job on that level. And I became like kind of coordinator of relief organizations that were there now to make sure that they deliver the relief items to the people so that the people in the area cannot really suffer that much. So that was the work I was doing. I got in touch with medical institutions in Monrovia here to deliver medical items to the hospital so that people that were wounded or were sick can be treated. I also linked with the United Nations group here to make sure that the hospital in Guthrie can also be repaired so that they can deliver medical items there so that the people in the area can also have medical attention. This is what I was doing there in the Ulimo Relief Commission. It was later when that intra-conflict fighting occurred. In fact, when they had a meeting, I was not there. I had come to Monrovia to carry on some assignment. And they selected me in my absence. And they called upon me. But already, I had my people out there on the ground, and they were working, the LIURD, and then the other people that are also organized to also carry on this Ulimo Relief Commission, they also were there. So when they called me, I went. And they said, well, we have all unanimously decided to have you as our political director. We are dismissing Mr. Maswe Kaba for having connived to betray the interests of Ulimo. I had no choice. And at that point, also I felt that if I had not accepted to play the role as political advisor, the positive advices that I gave that resulted into peace would not have happened.
So my question was, how long after you arrived there that this took place?
Well, I would say roughly, as I told you, we divided relief items just about 3 times when they call upon me to serve as a director of a Ulimo Relief Commission. And when we even contacted the United Nations here in Monrovia, they said that relief items were not to be delivered to an armed group. So I was merely like a coordinator of relief organizations there, having already handed my position in LIURD to my deputy.
How long, Mr. Witness, were you?
My question was, how long?
Well, if my memory can serve me well, because some of these things here we really did not calculate to see that we can really remember vividly. But I don't think it was more than 3 months or 4 months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then my last question is to come back to when you went to Greater Liberia. You said that when Mpf took over the Bushro Island and you saw conditions there, you left that area to go to Greater Monrovia. How long they were there before you went to Greater Liberia?
Well, when the Mpf entered Monrovia, firstly, I used to live on the SKD Boulevard.
In Congo Town?
In Congo Town. I used to live out there. And when IMPFL came, I was sandwiched between 2 groups. The NPFL was already approaching Pinsville, and IMPFL had already entered Monrovia by way of Caldwell, and they had taken over this whole area.
Yeah, we have that knowledge.
Yes.
We have that knowledge.
Yes.
Yes. So
I
how
was
long?
sandwiched between the two groups. And the horrendous scenes that we saw made me to retreat that way. That made me to go that way. And when we got to some area, we saw some of the fighters just gave order. All of you go this way. All of you go this way. And I saw myself going that way. And I reached to Fendel. Then from Fendel, again, we were giving another order to go further. I think that was the time that ECOMOG, after General Quinon had left, and then General Dongoyaro had come, and they were now bombarding the Mpf Air position. And then they used the people as shield. And this was the group that was in, and they carried us to Greater Liberia.
Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
Finish? Yeah, finish.
Mr. Witness, thank you for the 5 hours of giving us historical facts of what you saw, read, heard, despite, as you said, sometimes this traumatic period that brings about traumatic memory. And during this period of time, you talk about the formation of PAL, you talk about the relationship, your role in PAL, the relationship or the encounter of PAL with the True Weak Party, the role of PAL and other progressive groups, the role of the PRC government, the formation of Council of State, the role of ECOMOG with the warring factions. You talk about the alliance of Kuyampa and the actual winners of the 1985 elections. Your visit behind Mpf Air lines, the formation of the Council of State with the warring faction, among other things. Before going further, I would like to know, just briefly, your position, for example. What was your position in PAL?
Okay.
Because people been going in and out. What was your position in PAL?
Okay, my position in PAL at the time was Chief Propaganda Officer.
Chief Propaganda Officer. Okay. When the PRC took over, and you got a job at Foreign Ministry of Marcus Matthew, right? What was your position at the PRC, in the PRC government?
The position I occupied first was, I was passport director. I was not here when the government was formed, I told you.
Okay, but the position you served in the government?
Was passport director. I told Matthews.
For how long?
I think I served that capacity only for about 3 months because he prevailed upon me to hold on until he comes from the
And after that, passport director, what other position did you hold?
I was made Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs for Information, which position became Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs for Public Affairs during my tenure.
Did you ever serve as for administration or information?
It was later I was transferred as Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs for Administration. So I served 3 capacities there.
Okay, and during the Council of State, when it was the Council of State with the warring factions, representative, what position do you serve in that?
I was the Director General of the Cabinet.
Director General
of the Cabinet.
How long did you stay in that position?
I served from September 1995 to July 1997.
July 1997.
Yes.
September 1995, who was the chairman of the Council of State then?
It was Chairman of Sankawolo.
In Ulimo, what position do you hold?
I said earlier that I was the director of political affairs in Ulimo. That is the position that they unanimously selected me to serve.
How long did you serve in that position, please?
Well, I served the position from, if I can remember vividly, from the time LNTG 1 came into office up to 1995, when we all came in the government.
What you mean, LNTG or RN?
LNTG 2.
LNTG 2?
Yes.
Who was the leader for LNTG 2?
Well, LNTG was firstly headed by Professor Wilton Sankawolo. And secondly, Mrs. Ruth Perry succeeded him.
Okay, but then you were serving as Director of Cabinet September 1995 with the Council of State with Sankawolo up to July 1997, because Ruth Perry came into power after July 1996, yes, okay, up to 1997. So during the same period, when you were serving as Director General of the Cabinet, you were also playing the role of Director of Political Affairs or Ulimo?
Well, the moment we all went into government, because that was a peace that we all negotiated. While we were in the government,
you are still serving.
Ulimo virtually was at a standstill because no war was going on at the time. And we all were now in the government, and whatever political issues that were dispensing out there was in government.
Okay, thank you. Could you please just give me academic, what level your academic credentials to speak so far in terms of, like how far were your studies go? When you were talking, you didn't give that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
And the year you were born, if you got, he said that? Professional background, yeah.
Okay, I told you earlier, I was born October 18, 1950.
Oh.
In Swaray, in Grand Cape Mount County, in Tiwa District. And I said I was almost 15 years before I started attending a secular school.
Okay.
But at first, I did Arabic studies. And when my father died, then that was the time I came to live with my uncle in Monrovia.
Henry Swaray.
The Honorable J. Henry Swaray.
Know him very well.
So, while I lived with him, that was the time I started attending school at the small Tubman School, right somewhere between Corway Junction and Douala proper, before you get to Afra Menza, or how they call cinema.
Okay.
On the left-hand side.
Thank you.
So,
okay.
So from there, there was another small Tubman school on Jamaica Road. So the two schools were put together, and then the Boswan Junior High School was created out of them.
Okay.
I was one of those that attended that school for the first time when the school was open. Okay. And then from there, I also attended the Elizabeth Tubman Memorial Institute, and up to the 10th grade. Then I left. Then I came to CWA, where I graduated. And then from there, I also attended a Mano River Union Forestry Institute. It was based at the University of Liberia at Fendel campus. I did 2 years of studies there, and then from there, I also attended the West African Insurance Institute in Pinsville, and I also have a diploma in insurance, and I specialize in life insurance. Besides that, I was not satisfied. While I was working at the foreign ministry, I remember it was Mrs. Cecilia Boo. I think she's here. She met me and said, "But young man, you used to be in our school. Why don't you try to pursue a degree career?" And I took that advice very seriously. And therefore, I again enrolled at the University of Liberia, and I specialized in business. And the year I should have graduated, that was the year that President Samuel K. Doe gave order to the late Grady Allison, and then the soldiers moved on campus, and then that took almost about a year to 2. But however, I was still not satisfied, and when the university was reopened, I again went and registered, and I hold a bachelor's degree in business administration.
Thank you.
So since then, I decided to utilize the little education I have acquired. So I have not gone anywhere for masters, but it is my intention that in due course I will pursue that area.
Thank you very much. I can see that you survived mostly, and when there was opportunity, you took alliance for opportunities. 2 questions. The formation of PAL. You said you were the PAL man for propaganda, and we want to fact-finding some of these information we have and for clarity, so thank you for clarifying this with all prejudice when I ask these questions. You say you were with the formation of PAL and you were serving as the chief officer of propaganda. You were then brought up with your uncle, Mr. Henry Swaray, who was a staunch TWP, two-week party person, and in fact he worked with Mac Dishi at, who was the Secretary General before of the party at Postal Affairs. So now, also you said on the night when it just happened, when they always came, you were lucky that when they came to arrest the PAL people, it was just the day you didn't show up or you were in hiding, you know. So now on the record, on the Quran, you can say that you were, because the just PAL had a lot of informers from what even the secretary, the lawyers stated here, you know, and they knew how to infiltrate, like to get to the other hierarchy or the oligarchy people, the cooks, the secretaries, the things to know what were going. And it was also the same way. The government or the PAL people or the government oligarchy too had people who had infiltrated PAL to know what was going on, so each person can be one step above the other. So can you say on the Quran, now then to clear the record in terms of any cloud, know how close you were in terms to people who were close up in the True Party, that you were not one of the informers, so to speak, from PAL to the oligarchy. You got me? Or the alleged oligarchy or the True Week Party?
Okay, Commissioner, thank you very much. Firstly,
yes, just
as a member of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, the Progressive People's Party, it was also my duty to interact with those that we were encountering. I remember there were many times that we carried our propaganda officers on the field. Firstly, to conscientize the people that were living in slums around, to also see the need that their conditions should change. And there were times also that we visited the officials of the Truth Party, some of them. Like, for example, I can remember when things were looking very, very shaky, and we decided to visit some of the high-ups that were in the Truth Party and, in fact, in the government. I especially visited the late Honorable James T. Phillips at his residence, I think, Prince Avenue. And I remember I discussed with him. I said, well, Honorable Phillips, the condition that you find yourself, because I met him in his living room, the air conditioner was on, and everything was looking all right. Mm-hmm. I had on a little short country gown that I went there. I told him, I said, well, Honorable Phillips, I know that you are some of those that are very close to the powers that be. You close to President Talbot. Can you please prevail upon him that the way how the whole situation is looking shaky, it is not advisable that we handle this thing here in a reckless way, that the way how people have been handling things, the iron hair way, you see, so that at least, in as much as I remember, when the late Honorable Frank E. Talbot, our delegation met